Hello and welcome back to Ramen. My name is Reese, and today we're back with part 1 of something I've been looking forward to for a very long time, namely the Kinkoi Loverish Golden Time Fantasy. That is a long title. But yeah, I'm gonna win with this, mainly because of League Rap, but yeah. As usual, I am going to link the place where you can get this game on Steam. I'll link the Steam page down in the description below. This is without the R18 patch. If anyone has compared the R18 patch and the non-R18 patch and has noticed some grave omissions in the all ages version, please do tell me what kind of omissions, and based on that I will judge myself if I'll get the R18 patch. Most likely not, because censorship is a pain in the arse. Anyways, I will not get the R18 patch just solely for Ayaka Dog. I know that that's coming, by the way. Those who don't know what I mean, I don't know if you'll find out in this class, but yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm doing that if someone else decides to fucking edit for me, but I doubt someone's gonna do that, so... Anyways, let's just get into it. Let us waste no more time and go into the prologue, which the game immediately tried to throw me into the moment I opened the game, and I panicked immediately. What is a sunset? By the way, this is not the actual, font that was suggested at the start. I just changed it since it just looks more natural to me, personally. It is when the sky is dyed a burning shade of red at twilight. Supposedly, it's due to the angle of incidence of the sun's rays close to the horizon, which causes them to collide with the atmosphere for an extended time frame and result in a red hue. Although it is more yellow than red, that same light mixes with the blue of the sky. Perhaps negates is a more appropriate word to describe it, but I wasn't entirely sure. Whatever the case may be. Immediately a lovely CG right there. Let me just yoink. It's so good to be able to take a screenshot without the game immediately closing. It's definitely gold. Its gold radiance was far more beautiful than any other color in the world. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the sun as it disappeared along the horizon. It's not like I was hiding it from you either. Ria swore me to secrecy. If you've got any complaints, take them up with her. Yeah, we should. And we immediately got a second CG I could use. Lovely. This is fucking spoiled for choice.
10年前にほんの一時だけ一緒だった3人が今また同じ場所で出会えるなんて。しかもそのうち一人はシルビア王女。シルビア王女様。一歩間違えたら映画の世界だよ。
Sure, sure. She was as high strung as ever, I see.
っていうか、10年前にオーロくんが紹介してくれてたら、私もそこに入れてたんだよね。 王女様の幼馴染に。
Sorry about that. I returned home to visit my family over New Year's. When I did, my sister was waiting to ambush me with a series of questions. Things like, how's your new life? Are you eating? Doing well? That's family for you. Let me relax!
ああ、いいな、ノーブル学園。私も行ってみたいな。
Some parts of it are fun, but it's usually more of a pain than not. Such a reason that I had to adjust to my new life to some extent now that 8 months had passed since I'd enrolled in Noble Academy. But I'd never lived on my own before, much less at a special academy with such extraordinary acquaintances at that. God, it's so good to be able to read a normal person's dialogue instead of big old military man Ichiro Mimuri with the sole mission of fucking up my vocal cords. Oh, it feels good. That was too much I had to take into consideration.
嘘だ。楽しんでるに決まってるよ。でなきゃ、いくら向こうで寮に入ったからって、3ヶ月もこっちに帰ってこないわけないし。ようやくお正月で帰ってきても、元日をずらして4日までずれ込むわけがないもん。
Well, I may have called it New Year's, but it was already January 5th.
しかも、明日には帰っちゃうんでしょ？
I got a bunch of homework left to do. If I stayed, then I'd have to do it all on the 7th or 8th.
もう、棟梁くんや高藤くん、初詣行こうって何度も誘ってたのに。
You really aren't meant to go on a ton of separate shrine visits.
今年はもう行ったの？
Come on, remember how there were those sun low pressure systems or whatever last month and around New Year's?
そうそう、クリスマス過ぎからずっと寒かったよね。特に大晦日はすっごい風で。
It was so bad the Force had to ground all their planes.
そんな今日に限って年末年始の挨拶回りで日本に戻る用事があったの。
今晩には祖国へ立つ予定だったのですが、嵐のせいでとどまらざるを得なくなりました。
やったー
Hell yeah!
イエーイイエーイイエーイイエーイイエーイイエ
The fact that it's the same voice
ーイイエーイ
as well.
イエーイイエーイイエーイイエーイイエーイ
Kanosuke and Reina can fucking shake hands on their yays. They shared a resounding high five.
ちなみにね、今日はね、日本で家に使っている領事館は清掃業者を入れていて使えないの。
本来ならそれなりのホテルを取るはずだったのですが。
良いですか、エロいな。この時期の民間的宿泊施設は利用客が多く、その秘匿性は王室が頼るにはいささか心もとないと言わざるを得ません。つまりね、今日は絶対この寮にお泊まりすべきなの。シェイイエーイ。
もう、はしたないですわ、お姉様。
It's hilarious to me that Mina, instead of having her regular outfit or a school uniform like the rest of them, is put in the maid dress on the fucking title screen. Ed, Mina, and Sylvie all turned up at the dorm and announced on New Year's Eve. Sure, it would be a problem any other time, but it's fine.
年の瀬のこの時期ですから。現在この寮は
Nearly everyone's gone to visit their families. With today being December 31st, the cafe and on-site convenience store were both closed for the holidays. Additionally, you could count the number of remaining residents on one hand.
残ってるのは外のお寒しレベルが耐えきれなくて規制を限界まで後回しにしてる私と
Same here. And there's one other person. With a quick nod at the nearby wall, Sylvie couldn't contain herself and a broad smile overtook her face. With that, she knocked on my neighbor's door.
Hi.
She's cool! Okay, I'll stop.
こんばんは、相馬くん。
Honestly, I kind of want to just like go back to this and just take a screenshot of it and then zoom in on her face with just the cooming on there.
マジで来たんだ。お前飛行機使えなかったって本当か？
無理をすれば飛行場を開けてもらえないことはなかったのですが。
お部屋、入ってもいい？
ようこそ。はい。
The door whammed shut.
相変わらず仲いいね、あの二人は。
お姉様が昔日本に来た時のでしたかしら。
Yep. Rhea, Sylvie, and I all met 10 years ago. Rhea and I immediately ran into each other when I transferred to Noble Academy 3 months ago. But it was only recently that Sylvie became aware of Rhea's presence at the academy.
それからというもの姫様はもう大変です。
She'd been practically glued to Rhea, and it was clearly causing issues for her attendant. Oh well, what else could you expect, especially given the unique circumstances surrounding Rhea? I'm sure plenty of considerations surrounding her royal duties and otherwise have been made. But I hoped Sylvie would be allowed to do as she pleased for at least a while.
外の風、落ち着いてきたみたいだね。
Of course, the weather would finally chill out after you guys decided to stay for New Year's. Our princess had some extraordinary luck. 6 of us left at the storm would spend a peaceful New Year's together.
ですからゲロ、すき焼きはお肉ばっかり食べるんじゃございませんことよ。
But meat!
あなたも見えてますわよ、さっきから豆腐の陰でお肉ばっかり食べてるところ。
いっそいっそ。
エロいな、あなたまでさっきからお肉ばかりいちくってますの。
私はただ綺麗に並べようと。
This meat's tasty.
白菜とおネギが泣いてますわ。
They ended up having a hot pot party together while the hot pot commissioner divvied everything up.
どう？相馬くん。
Sukiyaki made with a grade A meat, just it's different, huh?
言われても肉の等級の違いっていまいち。
That will make sense considering your taste buds.
あ、でも卵うまい。この肉汁吸った卵飲むとうまい。
よかった。じゃあ、いっぱい飲んで。
不思議なところが気に入りますのね。まあ、好みは人それぞれですわ。
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Go ahead and eat some more plop.
卵だけ増やすな。
You didn't like the meat. Assumed you ate corned beef regularly, though.
コンビーフは外出たくねえとき保存にいいから缶のやつを置いてるだけで、そんなに食わねえよ。あ、でもすき焼きにコンビーフってどうなるんだろう。ちょっと入れてみよう。
お鍋というのは楽しいですわね。雑多なようでいて、並べ揃える順番によって見た目美しく整っていきますわ。白菜、お豆腐の白、おネギの緑、透明な白滝、赤いお肉がゆっくりとくすみゆくこの美しさと諸行無常。日本の美意識を感じますわ。まあ言うて食べたいのはそこの方で真っ黒になったクタクタの肉やネギだけどね。さあ、もう一度整えますわよ。次は春菊とやらを彩りに添え、
That's a new pose.
また新しい芸術性を花開かせますわ。
I do not remember this pose from the previous game. It's been a while, so I can't be 100% sure, but I fucking swear to God, she did not have that pose before. That is a new pose.
あー、こら、お肉は端っこに置きなさいな。あれ？なんですのこのお肉。どんどん崩れていきますわ。鍋にコンビーフは無理か。
集中しろ、エロイナ・ディッカバレロイスタ。私はソルティレージュ最年少の騎士の英名を授かりし、祖国の認めた勇者なのだ。故に失態は許されぬ。我が神明にとして。
Alright, what are they playing? Are they playing fucking cards?
いざ、尋常に勝負だ !7!
Nope. Cheat.
なんで？
勝負だとか言ったら、嘘ついてるの見え見えじゃん。
あと3枚で終わったのに。
L はこのゲーム向いてないわね。8。
嘘がつけませんものね。9。
There, that's one of the great things about L10.
いいとこだけど、ゲームには勝てませんな。11。
こういうのって性格出るからな。12。
相馬くんダウト。
そうなんですの？
全然そんな感じなかったよ。
くそ！ここ乗り切れば勝てたのに！
この反応はダウトだったのですね。
I bet you could tell, Sylvie.
相馬くんのことは何でもお見通しよ。ずっと見てたから。小さい頃から相馬くんのこと。
シルビー。
Things have gotten pretty gay suddenly.
嬉しくねえよ、バカ野郎！
ごめんなさい。大富豪ってなんだかんだ運のゲームだよね。4のダブル。
I know what game they mean by president, but and a game like that also exists with Barbarian playing cards. It's just that I personally know it under a different name. Arschlochen. Which, Arschlochen is basically like if you took the word asshole and made a verb out of it. There's some strategy involved, but once you get used to it, it mostly comes down to luck. Pass.
戦略性もなくはないですわよ。パス。誰がダブルを出せる、誰が出せないなども考えるに。逆に最後の方までペアカードを温存して、みんな出せなくなったところ無双って手もあるけどな。パス。
温存したがゆえに出し切れず、1位に間に合わないということもありますがね。7のダブル。
みんないろいろ考えてるのね。2のダブル。やっぱ運のゲームだわ。
さっきからずっとシルビーが大富豪だもんな。
She's wiped all of the powerful cards pretty early on.
お姉様は駆け引きも記憶力も強いですけど、やっぱり運がずば抜けてますわ。
So, I don't have fucking strong memory, and I am shit at thinking tactically. My tactic in Fire Emblem is throw the MC at the enemy and see what happens. So quite clearly, she's my fucking polar opposite.
シルビー？はいはい。じゃあ、9のトリプル。当たり前に出してくるのがクソ強いんよね。パス。
パス。
パスですわ。今回もお姉様が一番ですわね。都落ちルールありでここまで独壇場ってのもすげえよな。クイーンのトリプル。
12のトリプルは強いですね。パスです。
厳しいからって防戦一方は趣味じゃない。シルビー？出せるのか出さねえのか？
はいはい。じゃあ、 エースのトリプル出せるんかい。6人の大富豪で2を2枚、エースを3枚持ってるって。
That's enough to make you suspect foul play. But this is Sylvie we're talking about, so I doubt it.
2以上のトリプルはもうないので流れですね。シルビー様、どうぞ。
シルビー残り2枚だし、これで決まりだね。
シルビー様？
はいはい。あら？3と5しか残ってない？
Oh?
3でも5でも誰か足しちゃうから、もうエルチンが上がるまで出せないから、都落ち確定だね。珍しい。計算間違えたん？イージーミスよ。ただのイージーミス。
I don't even know what the fuck they mean by
そうい
exile
えば
rule.
もう10時半を過ぎてますわ。
ですね。つまり
すやー、11時過ぎたし、そろそろお開きにしますか。
Though it is a little early for New Year's Eve, yeah.
シルビーが完全に電池切れてるから仕方ない。ほら起きろシルビー、ベッド行くぞ。
何を言ってるのみんな。まだまだ夜はこれからよ。さあ、次は何する？ババ抜き？ダウト？大富豪？3つとももう終わりましたわ。
記憶もあやふやですね。ほら、姫様、今日はもう寝ましょう。
やだ！今日は大晦日よ。日本の大晦日なのよ。除夜の鐘を聞いて、おこたでみかんとお蕎麦を食べながらカウントダウンしなくちゃ。その後はお汁粉を食べてお餅をつきながら、羽子板でお年玉に書き初めを。
お年玉に墨でなんか書いたら法律違反だぞ。ほら、もう寝た方がいいって。
やだ。相馬くんと年越し。相馬くんと年越しするの？一緒に年越しして、一緒にお蕎麦食べて、すき焼き食べて、お餅も食べて、みかんとお蕎麦。
んなたくさん食えるか。
大丈夫だから、私、全然眠くないから。お姉様、人目があります。体をかくのはおやめください。
妃殿、写真に残すな、消しなさい。
Oh man.
相馬くんと、オーラと、年越し。
Well, this only comes once a year.
仕方ありませんね。下手に抵抗されて暴れられるより、このままおとなしくすれば10分以内にぐっすりです。その後ベッドに運んだ方が早い。
Just speaking from experience, no surprise there.
頑張るわ。絶対年越しの瞬間まで起きてて見せるんだから。ね、一緒よ、相馬くん。
やれやれ。
5、
4、
3.
2、1。せやー。ハッピーニューイヤー！
I suppose this means like all 5. Happy New Year!
ハッピーニューイヤー！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ！イエーイ イエーイイエーイイエーイですわ。
明けましておめでとうございます。
Oh, we'll have another great year together.
開けたわ、やっと。
Some weird when you have like a beard like mine. If you have like, if you're in the water up to your chin and then just like shake your head, it feels very weird because like the beard moves with you slower than your head turns. So you just like feel like this ever slight pull, and it just feels very strange.
さあ姫様、さすがにもう寝ますよ。
お願いやる。もう体が動かないわ。
Midnight. Now we made it past the major hurdle. It came as no surprise that we called it a night.
お部屋どうしましょうか。私の部屋に3人でもどうにかなりますけれど。
うちでもいいよ。てか私もカミニャンの部屋行こっかな。
いいですわね。ところであなた、さっき年越しの瞬間、なぜジャンプしてましたの？ん？
聞いて驚けシスアさんちのカミニャンちゃん。この未来世紀を生きる木崎玲奈さん。なんと年越しの瞬間は地球上にいなかったのだ。はぁ
You totally disqualified yourself from using the word future the second you decided to keep that joke up. And then,
ああ、もしもし。
Pia called someone. That's when I wondered who it could be. Sitting next to her on the sofa so I could hear their voice.
明けましておめでとう。ああ、明けおめ。
Kurosaki?
ああ、誰かそこにいるの？
It's me, Ichimatsu.
リア、どうしてその男と一緒なんです？普通に遊んでたんだよ、うるせえな。離れてリア！その男は危険よ。特に夜中を過ぎると野獣になるわ。
That's a horrible false accusation.
今ここで野獣になったら女騎士にボコられるだけだよ。それより綾香、お前の部屋のさ。
She's already talking about something or other. But while later,
おい、シルビー、ちょっと手伝え。何、相馬くん。俺の部屋は俺用のベッドしかないけど、客用の布団持ってるやつに使っていいか許可取ったから、布団俺の部屋に運ぶぞ、手伝え。二人で雑魚寝しようぜ。
まあこれ以上の夜更かしはできないでしょうし。
sounds like she's also got an escape versus permission. You could hear the cheer voice from the neighboring room for a while. Sylvie was definitely near her limit. Their voices suddenly grew quiet. That likely meant Rain and the others had also gone to sleep. Storm fell silent. They got into bed. Sylvie, Ray, and myself. First time in a decade. Three of us brought in the new year together, and it couldn't have been more fun. What the fuck are you doing here, Akane? I won't do radio calisthenics this early.
先輩。先輩。
Oh, Akane.
おはようございます、先輩。明けましておめでとうございます。
Akane, what's up? Oh, is it? This is dream, right?
そうですね。ここは先輩の夢の中です。現実の私は今実家で寝てます。
Oh, really? How is it at your place?
やっぱり楽ですね。お母さんが何でもしてくれるから、ずっとおこたから出られなくなっちゃいます。
Don't doze off under the kotatsu?
実は、さっきも紅白見ながらうとうとと、お母さんに起こされましたけど。
Gotta catch cold that way.
大丈夫ですよ。おばあちゃんが丈を直してくれた斑点がすっごく温かいですから。
Sounds like you have one big happy family. So why am I dreaming about you?
と、もうじき先輩は目を覚ますからだと思います。朝の6時。いつもラジオ体操する時間ですよ。さあ、今日も元気にラジオ体操ですよ、先輩。夢の中とはいえ、新年一発目、元気よくいきましょう。
I don't want to do radio calisthenics on New Year's morning. This game is the reason why I do not longer struggle with the phrase radio calisthenics. At least if that's how you fucking pronounce it. I actually don't know. Still. Ah yes, let me just like announce that so proudly before completely making an ass of myself.
Calisthenics.
So it is calisthenics. So I'm not making an ass of myself. Good.
いいじゃないですか。気持ちいいですよ。お正月の朝から心も体もファイヤーです。そうだ、先輩。あと、これを受け取ってください。
What is this? Chicken skewers?
鷹のお肉です。あらかじめバーニングしておきました。
I've heard hawk meat is too tough to eat though.
あとこれ。
Is this fried eggplant?
これも焼いておきました。そして、これが最後の一つ。富士山。
Flip flip.
富士山。
Flip flip.
茜がやる富士山。これが本当の茜富士。静岡名物茜富士。
She's like, what the fuck? When I checked the clock, it was a bit past 6 in the morning. Same time Akane always woke me up. I started off the new year with an underclassman's lame as hell gag. What kind of New Year's is this? Later.
いいでしょ、相馬くん。はいはい。着替えるから待ってろ。
It was from next door. It must already been up. When I left the room.
あらゲロ。あなたも起きたんですの。
生活スタイルには口出しせぬようにしていましたが、健康的な昼夜サイクルなんですね。
Since I've got this radio calisthenics crazed underclassman who won't let me be lazy and sleep in. From there.
おは
よう、みな。エル、オーラまで。
眠い。死ぬ。
Don't even fucking joke about that. You do not get to joke about this, bitch! Me pulling the gun while saying this is basically the same, like, don't you dare shoot yourself or I will shoot! Tough time of the day for you, huh? You pretty much almost slept around the clock, so getting up at 6 a.m. must have been tough.
せっかくだし、レイナも起こしてきましょうか。一人だけいないんじゃ寂しいわ。
Sylvie tottered her way up to the second floor. We knew why. The rest of us headed outside to wait. So I believe this is...
日本特有の風習ですので詳しくは存じませんが、例年に習えば1月初旬はだいたい6時半前後。もうすぐですね。
いや、もういいよ、シルビー。こんなもん後で腰痛部で見るよ。それじゃあ風情がないでしょ。ほらほら、頑張って。
眠い。
It's a Japanese customs, you two should give it everything you've got. Come on. Last, we made our way out from the trees. Oh yeah, sunrise, or so-called rising sun.
なんかしょぼい。
You said it. Based on location, this would be a perfect spot to see the sunset sink into the lake, but we would get to see the morning sun rising up peacefully through the trees.
海がギリ遠いんだよね、ここ。
Doesn't really feel like we're on much of an outing, does it? Speaking as a Japanese person who was used to seeing better views on TV, like the top of Mount Fuji, the overlapping Mount Aso, or the end of Hokkaido, this was underwhelming. That wasn't as long as we were left with the fact we'd seen it. The three foreigners did seem happy, simply because they'd gone to see it for the first time themselves. But yeah.
なんでもない。
さあ、この後は初詣よ。年末の醍醐味はやり尽くせたけれど、お正月の醍醐味はもっとたくさんあるんだから。
It feels like there's way too much to do at the start of the year.
お正月といえばいろいろあるけど、やっぱお餅。でもまずそのお餅がないよね。
There was enough food in the dorm to go around, but nothing is as nice as glutinous rice. But
任せてオーロ。準備万端、抜かりはないわ。こんなこともあろうかと、ソルティレージュ科学部の粋を結集させ開発しておいたの。キュロちゃんお正月モード。
Kerboom! The roof! The toy broke its way through the ceiling and darted down.
修復光線展開。
おお、謎の光線ですぐに治った。
これがソルティレージュ科学部の力ですわ。
Just develop it to not destroy anything in the first place.
姫様のご要望でキュロ殿には日本のお正月の醍醐味が味わえるよう、まずはこれ。
餅つきモード起動します。
Clunk. Yep, half of its head splits open, and inside was steaming hot mochi rice. It's telling us to go ahead and begin.
すごいでしょ。
Where did all the science go? The country wasn't as incomprehensible as ever.
他にも172通りの日本のお正月に対応できるけれど、まず一番に試したいのはやっぱりこれよね。相馬くん、来て来て。
Called over the rather sleepy-looking Rhea, who was about 2 seconds away from nodding out. She came into the room.
ちなみに、あの他にはどんな機能があるの？
Right. She went to the room, I guess. Is more supposed to be.
いろいろありましたよ。書き初めモード、福笑いモード、カルタモード、厄払いモード、6時間耐久漫才モード、初日の出モード、3日目のカレーモード。
ちなみに最初空から落ちてくるときは羽を引っ込めて完全に球体になっていました。あれが第一の機能、お年玉モードです。
福笑いモードってのが気になるかな。
あと実は上空待機しているとき、すでにこの後の日程に沿ってある機能が発動していましたのよ。
What sort of function?
初詣モード。近場である程度賑わっている神社をオートで探す機能ですわ。
Smartphone could handle that fine. But yeah. I guess it's a helpful function.
これが日本の初詣。
へえ。あ、綿あめ食べたい。
put on kimonos via some dress-up mode or other Kyoto has built in, and we headed around to a moderately vacant shrine.
初詣、夏祭りと並ぶ日本の風物詩。一度こうして警護なしで歩いてみたかったの。あ、ねえねえ、あれってリンゴ飴？あ、なーにこのくるくる巻いたポテト。いいよね。正月と言ったらこれだよね。あら、たこ焼き買ってシェアしね。出店では絶対たこ焼き買うって決めてるんだけど、2つくらい食べるともういいやってなるんだよね。
Takoyaki doesn't look like it'd be great to eat while walking around.
ジャパンの初詣。300万人が一つの箱へ向け小銭を投げ込むべく列を作る、世界的にも珍しい大規模の宗教行事とは聞いておりますけれど、意外と空いてますのね。
Yeah, only parts of Tokyo exceed a million people. Small shrine we picked today was close by and fairly empty, so it was easy to walk around.
そうまくん、こっち。
はいはい。あれってもしかしてシルビア王女？嘘でしょ？
It'll be too dangerous for Sylvie and Mina if we suddenly hurled ourselves into the crowd.
姫様、お早く。
It wasn't enough to panic over, but Sylvie was famous. Any blonde-haired person in a kimono would stand out like a sore thumb, so those around her had gotten excited around the time she visited the shrine's ceremonial purification fountain. It wasn't looking like an extended visit would
分
work
担
out.
制で行こっか。私お守り買ってくる。エルチンとカミニャンは血の輪くぐってきなよ。
はい。
その間お姉様たちは。
Grabbed us a place over here. They lined up for the main event of any New Year's shrine visit, to pray at the shrine.
知ってるわこれ。お金を投げてパンパンってして鐘をガラガラ鳴らすのよね。
この神社って鐘あるのか？
Doesn't look like it. Once we give our offering, that's the end of it.
あれやりたかったのに。
It eats up a lot of time, so a lot of shrines avoid using them during special occasions. They could wind up falling if pulled by too many people, so it was dangerous enough.
寮の近くの小さい神社にはあるから、後でそっち参って鳴らせばいいよ。
そうね。
実は俺もちょっと鳴らしたい。
Really fixated on that, huh?
ところでオーロ、お賽銭っておいくらくらい入れればいいのかしら。私日本のお金には疎いのだけれど、この福沢諭吉さんって方の書かれたお金でいいのかしら。これ以外持っていないのだけれど。
福沢諭吉。He is on the 10,000 yen bill.
そうだ、俺もクレジットカードしかねえよ。
これでいいの？
As if it would. I've never heard of anyone tossing in 10,000 yen bills or credit cards as offerings.
そうなの？
別にクレカ入れるとは言ってねえよ。
People typically go with 10 yen for this. Even if you were to splurge, since New Year's, 100 yen would be plenty. I got out 3 100 yen coins and split them between us. And then our turn in line just so happened to come. We went to our offerings. Clap tap.
おーらったら早い。こういうのは2礼2泊1礼と言ってね。
You knew about that?
適当でいいんだよ、こういうのは。願い事だけ真剣にやれば。
そうなんだ。じゃあ。
Few of us clapped in union.
ねえねえ、今したお願いって他の人に言ったらダメなのよね。
言うと効力なくなるんだっけ？場所によっては言った方が効果出るとも聞くけど。
You probably don't need to go out of your way to share. Let's just keep it to ourselves for now, okay?
そうじゃね。2人に話したかったのに。
言われなくても大体わかってるからいいよ。
I can imagine.
ほんと？
シルビーだぜ。わからないわけねえよ。
Definitely. I can imagine what you'd wish for too, though, Rhea.
あらあら。
うっせえ。
That we decided to head out early. Well, it's freezing up until yesterday, but it's quite warm today.
ですわね。外に出るのも気が楽ですわ。
弾丸サーブ
エルチン
この羽根つきという競技、なかなかに奥が深いです。テニスと違い加減が必要だが、バドミントンほどコントロールが効かない。だがコツはつかんだ。たー
Reina couldn't keep up with the shuttlecock that got slammed in her direction, and it easily
40
fell.
ラブ。エロいな。3連続得点ですわ。
They're good at Battledore.
はい、お正月の縁起物兼体を動かせると聞いて。
相手してあげたはいいけど。もう変わってよ、オロ。エルチン本気すぎるし強すぎる。
I've got this impression that Battledore is more of a game for girls,
ま
though.
だセットを落としたわけではありませんわ。ここから連続で得点すれば逆転できますわよ。
そうですね。来なさい、妃殿。勝負を途中で投げ出すのは感心しません。
Good luck, Reina. Also, I'm not trying to make a jab here, but this really doesn't have the same scoring system as tennis.
そうなんですの？
ルールが分からず神なる様に裁定をお願いしましたが、市松殿お詳しいので？
Familiar? More like it doesn't really have rules. The only point is to keep the game going as long as possible without letting the shuttlecock fall.
そうなのですか？
Battledore is a lucky charm after all. It's almost like a ritual praying for good health, and the longer you can keep a rally going, the healthier you'll be.
知りませんでしたわ。そうだよ、エルチン。もっと平和にやろうよ。
ですが、始める前に妃殿本人が
ぬひひ、落とした方が負け、罰ゲームだよ
と言っておりましたよ。
Yeah, traditionally speaking, there's often a punishment game that follows at the end of the match.
わあ、オロ、言っちゃダメ。どんな罰ゲーム？
You get to scribble all over the loser's face with black ink. The concept behind this game was that dropping the shuttlecock was a sign of subpar health, so you would coat the loser in impure ink as a prayer for well-being. But in reality, it was nothing more than a simple punishment
そ
game.
うでしたの。知りませんでしたわ。キュロ、書き初めモード。墨を出してちょうだい。
次から罰ありでいきましょうか。参りますよ、妃殿。
Bet you were planning on splattering L with paint if you won, but play it off if you lost. It's your own fault. Then
またエロイナの番ですわ。
了解しました。行きますよ、妃殿。
もう許して。髪以外の部分で黒色ラブリッチになってしまう。
that's rough, buddy.
てめえ、オーロ！これで私の人気落ちたら、全国9000万の聖母レーナにおぎゃりたい同好会に言いつけるからな。
What? It was great that we got to start up the year on a fun note. And then... Sylvia changed out of her kimono and just happened to have come out of Rhea's room. How's Rhea?
眠いから寝るって。初日の出、ちょっと早く起こしすぎちゃったみたい。
Let's see. Think she's okay?
平気よ。疲れたという様子ではなかったわ。
Oh, really? Her illness. I know a ton about it, but so I was at a bit of a loss for what to do at times like these. I need to make sure not to wear her out, but also not to fuss over her. That was all I could manage.
そんな顔しないで、オーロ。 相馬くんは、オーラにはそんな顔より、ずっと笑顔でいてほしいと思ってるわ。
Yeah, I bet she would.
さっき、ポツッと言ってたわ。オーラと一緒に初日の出が見られて嬉しいって。
Oh no. I'll watch out when I'm around her.
私たち、3人、せっかくまた会えたんだもの。少しでも長く、笑顔でいられたらいいわね。
Yeah. What's up?
オーラ、さっき得意そうに、私と相馬くんが神様にどんなお願いしたかわかるって言ってたけれど、私たちだって、オーラがどんなお願いしたかわかっているわよ。
Yeah.
なんだか素敵だね。お姫様が混ざってるのに普通のお友達と年越しって感じで。
I didn't want anyone seeing us, so it was a huge pain getting back to the dorm from the shrine.
お正月も楽しんでたみたいだね。戻ってこないのは向こうでダラダラしてるだけかと。
Well, I did stay back to lounge around, but I'm grateful for the storm front that swept in out of nowhere and kept the princess at bay.
いいなあ、お姫様。しかもあの天才ピアニストのシルビア王女。羨ましいなあ。いいこと多いでしょう。シルビア様と一緒だと。
More or less, she occasionally treats me to crazy good meats and stuff.
それもいいけど、もっと音楽的なさ、シルビア様、世界的に有名なピアニストなんだよ。
Sukiyaki weight on New Year's was thousands of yen per gram, though.
でも、それより音楽の、芸術の認めます。いいなあ、豪華すき焼き。そこが一番いいなあ。
What did you guys do at home for New Year's Eve?
オーロくんがいないから、今年は3人で普通にお蕎麦。お蕎麦だけじゃ消化が良すぎて、夜中にマシラ先輩たちと初詣行った時、買い食いしすぎちゃったよ。
Thinking about expenses to me, his fate is totally different. It's like it outright melts.
詳しく言わなくていいよ、悔しいから。それより、もっと普段のこと聞かせて。どうなの？ 10 月からのノーブル学園での生活は。
Normal?
普通なわけないでしょ？ノーブル学園だよ。現代の貴族が集まる場所なんだよ。絶対何かあるはずだよ。もうシンデレラ的な、ローマの休日的な、暇を持て余した王侯貴族のアドベンチャー的な。
Calm down. Now, was that last one supposed to be a venture, apparently? Let me think. First, the class is overwhelmingly difficult. I can't even begin to keep up with them.
やっぱノーブルってそうなんだ。偏差値70超えてるって言うもんね。
It also really is just chock full of nothing but rich kids. The guy who sits next to me is stupidly rich, and his family owns Mitsubishi Corporation. You know, the one that makes the planes and stuff.
失礼のないようにね、オロくん。やだよ、私。お父さんが急に謎の力で職を失うとか。
I don't think that would happen. Actually, the father of one of my juniors I hang out with is totally one of those types.
あれって？
He's got a shaved head, huge scars on 3 different places in his face, wears a gold necklace, and I saw a tattoo on his neck.
失礼のないように。
As a practical joke a while back, we rolled him up in a futon. I think that ticked them off. You ticked them off? Or that ticked them off?
やめて！怖い情報はなしで。
Well, I'd imagine Sylvia would protect me if it came down to it. Otherwise, it's an extremely ordinary school. Transferred in October, so by the time November came around... Oh, private academy. It was an up-and-coming school for rich kids, where all of the upper echelons of Japan wanted to get into. We have the good people, like the nice lads. Then we have the bitch. Okay, yeah, the right hand went up good. So much so that the princess of a foreign country was confidently invited to attend. A person with my scholarly abilities would normally never be admitted in a million years, but that part had been taken care of thanks to Sylvie's royal influence.
学園の中ってどうなの？やっぱりすごい？
Yeah, for sure, it's sparkly all over the place. Of course, it was still an academy though, so its facilities themselves were normal. There were sports clubs out running around enthusiastically in the field every single day. 90% of the students on campus prioritized having fun. Well, there were also plenty of strict girls who would say, keep normal character when having fun too, but... If you asked if it was normal, then I'd say... then it was. And if you asked if it wasn't, I'd say the same. Something like that,
お
anyway.
友達はできた？
Yeah, I guess.
あらあらあらあら見て見てこれ新しいメロンパンすっごく美味しいの
Yeah.
姫様、まさかまたお昼休みに学校を抜け出したので？
怒らないのエル。今回は大丈夫。エキスナに頼んで買ってきてもらっただけ。
そうですか。
姫様、七星堂とル・アマンゼのメロンパンはこちらに置いておきますね。それで駅前の栄光のパンロードに出ていたのがこちらで、あとカンパンマンミュージアムで売られていたメロンパンヌちゃんのセットが。
多すぎます。
ねえねえバーヤさん、ついでに頼んどいた私のナックリブのセットも買ってきてくれた？
How dare you call Exna that?
はい、こちらです。どうぞ。一マス様はビッグナックでしたね。
Thanks for that.
Thank you 学校で食べるジャンクフーズほんと好き。
何よりです。
こっちはこっちでもう。
エルチンは硬いけど、ジーヤさんとバーヤさんはこういうとこ融通が利くよね。
私やボラル紅茶はエロいな体調と違い、まず姫様のご意志を第一に置きますゆえ。
エルには感謝しているけれど、エキスナたちにも別の意味で助けられているわ。
So real to call her that, Reina.
もう。
That struck a pretty good balance, huh? Incidentally, you look pretty young, Exna. Are you really okay with being called Grammy?
本人にはそう紹介されたよ。
私エキスナはシルビア様直属のこの世の中でも護衛主体のエロいな隊長と違い、身の回りのお世話、特に給仕を担当しています。主君に最も近しい召使いを、日本語では男ならジーヤ、女ならバーヤと呼ぶのでしょ。ならバーヤとお呼びください。
Do you get the implication of Grammy in our language?
すいません、日本語の勉強ではそこまでは。
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
いただきまーす。あ、バーヤさん、お題ここに置いとくね。
はい。ところでバーヤは撤回しても良いでしょうか？
ナックですか。久しく食べていないな。
そうなん？
One half, I'll take some of your lunchbox too, though.
ポテトでよければどうぞ。私の摂取カロリー減らして減らして。
ありがとうございます。では遠慮なく。このポテトと言いつつじゃがいも1、油9の食べ心地。久しぶりだ。
It's not a huge shock that the people at this academy don't have much exposure to Big D's. I'm more surprised by you saying in ages. So you have eaten it before.
そうだね。キクちゃんはこういうジャンクは無縁の人生だと思ってた。
ナックはたまに食べますよ。ショッピングモールやデパートの建設を計画するとき、ほぼ確実にテナントに名乗りを上げますからね。 説明会などで軽食用に配られるのです。
That's crazy scale.
その年でモール作ってるんかい。
教室でナックとはやはり庶民は下品だな。
Oh, come on, fuck off, Saigo. It's got your panties on a twist.
ナックを近づけるな。その酸化した油、僕たち貴族には匂いでも公害だ。
Kikuchi is way more of a noble than you are, and you don't see him
う
complaining.
るさい。六音寺君は格上すぎて特別だが、貴族にナックは合わないんだ。
なんでこんなイライラしてる？
西郷くん、ナックにはちょっとトラウマがあって。
くそー、あの店員、何がスマイル0円だ。スマイルお願いしますって冗談で言っただけなのに、あんなバカにした顔で、くそー。
They went with the smiles are free routine. Restaurants get a ton of customers like you, so they started taking smiles off the menu entirely too.
チクショー。
楽しくやってるんだね。
At the end of the day, it's still school. We put a bunch of people around the same age together. They will eventually go with the flow and then go on about studying lineage or whatever. Then go on about studying lineage or whatever.
ネットじゃ悪いこといっぱい書いてあったよ。庶民は貴族から差別されるとかなんとか。
Discriminated, yeah. Yeah, I guess that does happen.
あ、そうなんだ。
It's tough to make friends with them, but it's all the same once you do. It's not like they absolutely hate us or anything.
どうかした？
Yeah. I should say that there aren't many of them that outright hate us. It certainly was a secret, unfortunately. The bitch.
市松さん、
Yes.
昼休みとはいえ、ちょっと静かにしていただけますかしら。さっきから耳障りなんですけど。
I remember my poses in games, and that's a new fucking pose. Like she looks like she looks like I would say that the difference between this pose and this pose is like there's like a 10% bitch increase. What an awful person to get caught by. Look over and saw Sylvie and Raina were too busy talking to their classmates to notice us. She knew that and likely took advantage of that fact.
庶民の食卓は騒がしいとは聞きますけれど、あなたを見ていると本当なんでしょうね。はあ、生まれついての寄生というものは仕方ないとして、食事中にうるさいというのがいかに迷惑かくらい、庶民の方も存じていると思いましたけど。ああ、お気になさらないで。あなたの食卓が耳障りで不快でも、私は一向に構いません。ただこのノーブルに通う間くらいは、他人の迷惑に気を使ってほしい。というだけです。
Okay. Damn, I gave her an opening for a single second and she started badgering me.
彩香さん、騒いでいたのは僕たち全員で。
は？
Wig. The guy covering for me instantly got KO'd with a single glare.
あらあら、六音寺君にまで気を使わせてしまいました。困りましたね、市松さん。食事は和やかに行うべきなのに、誰かさんが騒いだせいで、みんなが嫌な思いをします。
Yeah, I gotta say, it really is uncomfortable when a classmate randomly starts harassing someone else the moment they're alone. I say, you really have to fix your behavior there. Fuck you, Ayaka.
元凶は誰なんでしょうね。
Be careful from now on. I was consistently her one and only target. She ignored Kikuchiyo, who ran off at some point, Saigo, and even Yamamoto, and nagged me while my defenses were down. This woman was a hassle. Jogasaki Ayaka, my natural enemy. Noble Private Academy, a school jam-packed with modern-day nobles. It was a single building in which nobles and commoners gathered, so conflicts in pedigree and value system were bound to happen. But those of us in attendance were modern-day nobles and commoners, plain and simple. There was no bullying like you'd see in old European flicks, such as commoners being treated like servants, blatant discrimination or disparities that often led to people getting their hair chopped off or anything like that. This woman, however, was the major exception. What's her deal anyway? She was nasty towards the entire commoner class to such a degree that I'd say she was just hateful rather than simply being discriminatory. Her nastiness was just as you saw. It didn't amount to rational violence or anything. It was entirely true that we were in the wrong for being too loud. But no matter how trivial the mistake, she would nag and complain and beat me down mentally. I was used to it by now, but she nearly did me in back when I first transferred here.
六音寺くんたちはあちらへ行ってしまいましたね。市松さん、彼らとはお友達でしょ?
Right. She was implying I moved to be out of her line of sight. Guess I wasn't totally used to it after all. For that matter, the worst thing about this woman was...
どうしたのオーラ？ここで食べないの？
ええ。男子のお友達と集まって食べるんですって。クルスクラウンさんは今日はパンですか？どれも美味しそうね。
わかる？聞いてあやか。このメロンパンナちゃん特製メロンパンは...
Chokuzaki began talking to Sylvie like it was only natural. Off and on, she would give me a look that said, get lost already. Damn her. The most problematic thing about this woman was how she could ruthlessly torment someone she hated while making sure those she liked didn't notice. Well, no, other than Sylvie, who was as innocent as could be, everyone else did notice to an extent. Reina seemed to have gotten the gist of the situation and grinned at me like, did you do something to you? Even as I shrugged my shoulders in affirmation, all I could do was get out of my seat. With that, I was done here. This was it. The most annoying thing about this woman, her relentless harassment. There were even those who took notice of her torment. However, once they pieced it together, she wouldn't let things escalate to the point where they could back me up. In fact, she avoided it with almost perfect precision. Here's the thing, though. I would just spite her. Like, why Jogasaki, not Jogasaki, what was it? Rokuonji and the others over there, shouldn't you be joining them? And he's just said, like, you know, since you did ask us to be quiet, I think it's a better choice for me to just stay in my seat and eat quietly, like you asked of me. Just, you know, stuff like that. Frame it in a way that makes you seem like you're being nice, but in reality, you're just spiting them. Crisis management skills were exceptional. She could sniff it out. She had an outstanding talent for avoiding making enemies, even as she actively antagonized others. Talk about a terrifying woman. Luckily, though, thanks to that sharp nose of trouble, she wouldn't pursue me as long as I distanced myself. Afterwards, I transitioned into an ordinary lunch.
もうやめなよ、彩香。いちいち市松くんに絡むの。
Oh hey, we finally get the sprite from Monoko. I remember after I played the first game, I saw like her sprite, and because someone told me that Monoko actually got a sprite. I just saw it and was like, okay, but are we getting a route for it? No, of course not. Why would we? She looks cute.
騒音に注意するのはいいですけれど、それで食事中に言い争いしていては本末転倒です。
そうね。その点は反省すべきだわ。食事中に庶民の顔なんて見たから、ご飯がまずくなる。
相性悪いね。
気に入らないのよ。市松往路、クルスクラウンさんはおろか、いつの間にかリアにまで取り入って。しかも最近じゃ、寮に馴染み出してすらいるわ。
それはまあ、この前の連休で彩香がいないとき、彼大活躍だったから。
ま、唯一の男手ということで頼りにされたというのは、運が良かったわね。
でももう元の生活に戻ったんだから、みんなも早く目を覚ますべきよ。
まあ、ね
え。メゴ？あなた最近なんだか、市松さんに好意的じゃなくて？
いや、そんなことは、普通だよ、普通。庶民だから差別することもないし、仲良くもないし。
ならいいけど。寮のみんなも早く目を覚ましてほしいわ。庶民といって、別に身分で差別する必要はないけれど、連中と我々は別物。別の人生を送っているのだから、まず分けて生活するべきよ。
Okay, like, here's the thing. The first game made it seem like, okay, she's just like especially against Oro because, oh, he's getting close to the princess, and now he's getting close to Rhea, and that's a big no-go. And it just felt like it's a special problem with Oro. Now, this fan just made it worse by making it so like, oh no, like, anyone from the common world shouldn't interact with anyone from our noble world. Y'all just made her fucking worse in the game where you decided to give her a route. Are y'all fucking retarded over at Saga Planet?
でなきゃ、お互いに嫌な思いをするわ。あの時みたいに。
つまり？
I've been Jokasaki'd.
綾香に綾香されたか。そりゃ運がなかったな。
I was still irritated about what happened this afternoon and whined about it when I got back. She's so... God damn it! Damn!
はいはい、落ち着け。ほら、夕焼けが綺麗だぞ。
Won't be enough to erase the emotional scars from the day.
じゃあ帰れよ。俺一人で静かに見たいし。綾香も言ってたんだろ。耳障りなやつがそばにいると、それだけでその時間が壊される。
And I'm reflecting on
綾香
that.
は基本正論しか言わない。ムカつくのはわかるが、一応肝には銘じとくんだな。
Okay.
まあ正論を盾にネチネチの槍でじっくりねっとり時間の許す限り刺してくるんだけどな。
That's right! That's the problem! Down, I knew she was right. Tanaka knew she could milk it for all she was worth because she was right. That's what it ultimately boiled down.
性格悪いよな。
Absolutely!
だから俺とはうまくやれんのかもな。
So as Rhea had made her way to the top of the water tank. Naturally, I followed after her. Confuse people by using old CG. Maybe I should actually get rid of the text box before I click the button. I'm a fucking retard. This was the best spot to watch the sunset into the lake after all. We had found this place and I was the only one she told about it. Once again, we found ourselves here again today. Why do you even talk to her anyway?
ああ、そりゃまあお互い利害の一致というか、こっちはどうでもいいんだけど、あいつはなんだかんだよくしてくれてるというか。
Their interests aligned? I guess you could say that Ri, she's Mamayaka. Rhea seems to have lost interest and plopped her favorite treat into her mouth. Turned my attention back to the sunset, knowing full well that there was no reason to push the subject any further. Waning sun was extraordinarily beautiful, and that was enough to make some of the gloom from this afternoon up and disappear. The more I got used to life at Noble Academy, the scenery included, the more comfortable I became. The only issue was that horrible woman. Oh, now they're gonna give her a tragic backstory. She got bullied because she's rich. Ugh.
よく知らないけど、お母さんが大金持ちと結婚したからってママ。
なりきんってやつ？
You're like
気
bumping
持ち
outside.
悪い。
そんな、車はおじい様が今度からこれで行けって言うからなりきんなんじゃん。
なりきん、なりきん。
That's the news, AG. There is someone out there! Turns out it's just a car or something.
夢か。
I care not, bitch! Ugh. Sniffle. Yeah, I don't care, Ayaka! You fucking go cry! I don't like y'all's trying to make me feel empathetic now after she's been a bitch for a game and the first hour of a game. Things don't work that way. They don't. You've made me dislike her to the point where I see those tears and they are delicious to me. As is decised, I realize this like tastes a little bit sweeter than usual. Weird.
どうでもいいわ。あんな昔のこと。今頃三流校で薄い財布の小銭を数えながら三流大学のパンフを漁ってる連中のことなんて思い出してやるだけ時間の無駄よ。私はあいつらとは違う。生まれつき違うんだもの。記憶に留めておいてやる庶民なんて彼くらいよ。
Oh no! That was probably an H scene there. I felt refreshed. Compared to all those nobles, I, Ichimatsu was quick to get a hot head. Whenever that happened, I made a point in taking some time to myself to chill out. How, you ask? Please don't make me say it. Maria. I was sorely mistaken! Yep, thanks for your service. Click the X button and the squirming lady with the long black hair vanished from the screen. You can now you can't tell that there was an H scene there, and it was 100% Ayaka mashing her muff. Well, not mashing her muff. She mashed the other one, probably because we know how Ayaka is. That was exactly what I needed to release some of that pent-up frustration. Human beings were such simple creatures. Could relieve stress from something so simple. Soldiers should just rub one out first before going into battle. Wars would cease to exist if that sort of international treaty were put into place. Eating your meat was the best way to reduce stress. Not to mention, 99% of my stress these days was caused by that woman. Despite her crumpy personality, she was incredibly beautiful. Especially her hair. Her long, black hair. I had a surplus of blondes, but I can't say this with absolute certainty. Black hair rules! It's the best! The best! The majority of the erotic goods in my room featured long black hair after all. Shikosaki was a major thorn on my side, but I couldn't possibly ignore those long black locks. She stressed me out like no tomorrow, but I could easily get it out of my system come nighttime. Forget getting it out of my system. Today was, well, you know, one more time, man. It'd be one of those days. Yahoo! Oh, Started by some chum on my phone. What was it? It's in the middle of the night. Checked it. Oh? Yeah, what's up?
あー、イチ。遅くにごめん。
Turn off the porn. That's fine, what's up?
あのさ、この寮って壁薄いじゃん。
And what about it?
特に俺、お前の部屋の大きな音とかすぐ聞こえるじゃん。
Right.
お前、ヘッドホン持ってなかった？気づいた。
Sorry.
いや、こっちこそ聞こえちゃってごめん。で、なんか一瞬止めてたみたいだけど、今また再生しただろ。これ以上見るならさ。
Yeah, of course. I won't watch anymore. I'll stop. Yep.
いや、そこまでは言わないから。ヘッドホンだけお願い。俺は寝るから。じゃ。
Sure. This type of stress, the kind I couldn't relieve myself of, was a huge pain! Wow, she caught you masturbating? So yeah, if I had to say, I do have a natural enemy of sorts. I gave her a brief rundown of Jogasaki. I obviously kept my nighttime activities a secret.
城ヶ崎さんか。まあ気難しい人はどこにでもいるよね。
Hard to please doesn't cut it. She's a demon! A demon!
オーロくんがそこまで嫌うのも珍しい。でも、城ヶ崎、彩香さんだっけ？
Yeah. Hello?
オーロくん、彩香って名前のことは相性いいと思ってたんだけど。
What? Yeah. What the fuck? Okay! I guess!
オーロくん、彩香って
Oh,
名
it
前
just
のことは
automatically went
相
back
性いいと思ってたんだ
to
け
the
ど。
to the message I was at. Thank you a lot. Huh,
ほ
really?
ら、中学の時の先輩に彩香って人いたでしょ。あの頃じゃ一番の女友達じゃなかったっけ？
Yeah, I guess I was.
棟梁くん、今でも会ってるって言ってたよ。オーロくんは会ったりしてないの？
Nah, I'd forgotten all about her until just now, actually.
ほんと、オーロくんたら。じゃあ、あの子は？ずっと昔一緒に遊んでた、あーちゃん。あーちゃんも覚えてないの？ほら、オーロくんと結婚するって言ってた。
Doesn't ring a single bell.
まあ、小学校前の記憶なんて、よっぽどインパクトのある子じゃないと無理だよね。
So that I cover middle school, I'd slip my mind at that. Yeah. Bring up stuff even further than that was likely to connect.
その城ヶ崎さん、寮でも一緒なんだよね。寮では大丈夫なの？
Good question. She was scary at the start. The dorm was more or less a safe zone at this point. Like I said before, she loves to argue, but she usually backs off if she's got nothing to whine at me about. She doesn't really complain as long as I'm on my best behavior.
へえ、寮の中では礼儀正しくしてるんだ。
It's not like I've got a choice.
よろしくてゲロ。礼節というものは身につけるものではございません。本来自身の内側からにじみ出てしかるべきものです。私はそうなるためのレッスンをするだけ。礼儀礼節について教えるようなことはいたしません。あなたがおのずから見出すことが肝要ですわ。よろしくて。
Yup.
下品！
Ow! She's giving me the whip again today.
ゲロ！あなた曲がりなりにもお姉様のご友人ではございませんの？
Yeah, we're
お
friends.
花をおほじり遊ばすプリンセスの友人なんて聞いたことがありませんわ！
Snapped, understandably. Sorry. No speaking. It was obviously over the line. I figured if I was absolutely impolite, I'd first and acted normally after, it would make it feel like I had successfully gained some manners.
本当ですの？
Yeah, of course. Why don't you do stuff like this?
その手を平気でズボンで拭ってる時点で説得力ございませんわ。
Grumble, grumble.
今日もカミニャンの雷が落ちてますな。
カミナルさん、私には優しいんですけど、先輩にだけは厳しいですよね。
まあシルビーのことがあるけんね。
愛の無知ですね。私、そういうの好きです。大事だからこそ厳しくみたいな。
おお、さすが体育会系。あかねちん、あかねちん、こっちおいで。
はい？
Squeeze.
痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い！なんで急に乳首を！なんで急に乳首を！
唐突に乳首をつねって痛がらせ、そして唐突にそっと撫でる。神経が尖っていつもより感度高くなるんだって。どうだい、あかねちん。これが先輩の愛の無知だよ。
レーナ先
調教よ、それは。おや、あやかっち。おはようさん。おはよう。眠そうだね。
ちょっと昨日遅くまで。なんでもない。マキー！ちょっとそこに正座なさ
Scold, scold.
さらに揉めてる。
まったくうるさいわね。庶民に貴族のしきたりを教えるなんて、時間の無駄だわ。
まあまあ、あれもカミニャンの愛ってやつでしょ。
そうね。それが無駄。
往路にうるさく言うのは同じでも、あやかっちとカミニャンじゃ全然違うんだね。
私はうるさく言っているつもりはありません。ただ常識のない庶民に普通のことを説いているだけ。
もう、よろしくてゲロ。
Yes. Mina said that quietly, looking understandably worn out after all the yelling she'd done at me.
上流階級への道は厳しい登山です。普段の平坦な道とは違う。何倍も疲れるし、何倍も痛い思いをするでしょう。しかし、登り切った時には必ずや、あなたがこれまで見たことのない景色がありますわ。上流階級。それは、お金持ちの同義語ではありませんわ。自らを上流、気高い存在であるとの自負を背負う者を指すのです。
Mina is acting cool.
似たようなものです。上流階級になれとは申しません。しかし、その視点を知っておくことは、必ずや意味があるはずです。お分かりかしら？
I guess so. No, you're telling me this because you know what's best for me. Right, I'll work out at it. It's not like there are any drawbacks for me taking it to heart.
よろしい。愛だね。うんうん。バカバカしい。おっぱいが、ジンジンする。では今日はまず、教養を育てていただきますわ。花の勉強をいたします。
Flowers.
花は人類最古の装飾品。大抵の場所に飾られていますゆえ、それを知るだけで誰とでも話題に困りませんの。DVD を持ってまいりました。コントローラーはどこですの？
No! The porn's still on! I'm over there. Said as I turned the TV on. Mina grabbed the remote.
イジェクトボタンはどこです？再生をしちゃいましたわ。
I picked up where I left off yesterday. Don't worry about it, Mina, once I swap out the DVD.
愛とかは知らねえけど、単純にうるさいのは間違いなくこっちだな。 寮ではそんな感じなんだ。
Yeah.
いきなりエッチなビデオが出てきたあたり、オールくんらしいよ。
There was no need for me to tell her that last part, was there?
ねえ、シルビア様相手にもそうだけど、お願いだからカミナル様に恥ずかしいとこ見せないでね。国際的な恥だからね。
I know that, you don't need to keep reminding me.
これがオールくんの近況なんだ。
Oh well, this was back when I've only been at Noble Academy for a month or so. Even crazier stuff has happened in the last month.
そうなんだ。
My life at school and at the dorm were exactly as I've just told it, but it was a fairly major change at the start of December. Broad choices. Biggest one, the biggest of which was, without a question...
どうもお久しぶりです。相馬リアです。
Yeah.
驚いたでしょ、オーラ。相馬くんよ。相馬くんがいたの。
Really now, that is a shocker.
久しぶりだね、オーロくん。シルビーともそうだけど、こんなところで会えるなんてとっても奇遇だな。
Yeah, sure is. Lovely coincidences sure do happen.
そうよね、そうよね。びっくりよね。しかもオーラ、相馬くんたら、なんと今、ノーブル学園に通っているのよ。びっくりでしょ？驚いたでしょ？
Wow, holy smokes, I'm positively bewildered.
まったくだ、まったくだ。
なんだか二人とも、様子が変よ。あ！まさか二人ともギクギク驚きすぎちゃって声が出ないのね。私も最初はそれくらい驚いたわ。
Thank goodness Sylvie was who she was. She had learned of Ria's identity and had called us here today. I kept the fact I'd already known a secret, though.
あらゲロ。と、お隣にお住まいの相馬さんじゃありませんの。どうされまして？みな、相馬くんのことを知ってるの？ゲローのお友達でしょ？お隣にお住まいで。ちょくちょく一緒に下校していたり、お休みの日などはずっと一緒にダラダラしていたり、いつも仲が良くてよろしいことだと思っていましたわ。
ああ。
Yep.
どういうこと？オーラ？相馬くん！
Oh, well, she's my next door neighbor, and we became friends. She's the same soul we played with when we were little. I'm shocked, I tell you.
それは無理だと思うぞ。
なんだ、気づかなかったのね。ダメね、オーラ。
通じるんかい！
Thank goodness Sylvie was who she was. No matter how you looked at it, the three of us had been reunited thanks to Sylvie's surprise.
はあ、でも、先に知ってたんじゃ、びっくりは半分ね。オーラのとびきり驚いた顔が見られると思ったのに。
Go ahead and set that aside until the next surprise.
じゃあ、クリスマスパーティーの催し、サプライズメインに切り替えようかしら。
Christmas party.
言ってなかったかしら。今日はその相談のために集まってもらったのよ。相馬くんにお願いがあって。
お久しぶりです、市松さん。
What?
あらあら、サプライズ大成功。
へえ、クリスマスのパーティーにあのマリアビショップを？さすがお姫様だね。そんな簡単に呼べちゃうなんて。
That was a surprise. And Ria at that, who'd have thought?
そうまくん、リアちゃんが何？
Whoops. I shouldn't tell Chieko that Ria was Maria either. She told me as much too.
誰にも言うんじゃねえぞ。わかったな。
Yes, ma'am.
オーラったらかしこまっちゃって。 おかしいの？
Because of what you just told me!
たく、あんま言いたくなかったんだけどな。てめえ本当にバラすなよ。俺はマリア・ビショップと幼馴染でダチなんだぜ、へへーんとか言いふらしたら、俺転校だからな。
I got the picture.
なんで泣きそうな顔？
Maria. Angelic Maria has a foul mouth.
知らねえよ。こっちが素だ。
Damn it! That's what my mirror is like. He's a modest, adorable, fairy-like woman who could purify common ditch water into waters of the Shimano River with a single touch.
キモ。
Maria doesn't call people gross.
残念ながら言うんだ。キモいぞ、イチ。お前は今最高にキモい。マリア・ビショップの知るキモいファンナンバーワンだぞ。なんでちょっとニヤニヤしてんだよ。
Maria's chewing me out. That's nice in its own right.
ダメだこいつ。
ご歓談中ですがよろしいでしょうか。
She called over Maria for a quick chat. When I asked Sylvia about it, she said that they were negotiating whether Maria would appear at the Christmas party she mentioned earlier. She'd instantly agreed to it, apparently.
了解しました。ボラルコーチェ、ナトリ氏と龍蔵寺に連絡を。
かしこまりました。
わっと、おい、くっつくなって。
やだ。こんなに嬉しいんだもの。
もうやめろって。
Maria's only acted bothered by Sylvie's behavior, but it didn't look like she was about to run away anytime soon. There really weren't two peas in a pod. I wasn't about to interfere either.
お姉様あんなにお喜びになって、微笑ましいですわね。
Sure is. Romance between two women really is a beautiful thing. I'm just gonna shut up and appreciate the view.
見つめる視線はみじんも微笑ましくございませんわね。
By the way, I wouldn't complain if you suddenly got jealous of your sister being taken away from you and suddenly jumped in between them.
お姉様のあの態度には多少ジェラシーですが、今の言葉で冷静になれましたわ。
はいはい、わかったって。
The most important thing was that Sylvia was happy.
偶然日本に来てみれば、なんとあの往路市松殿がこの邸宅に来ている。彼は10年前、あのシルビーに大きな影響を与えた男。日本における最重要監視対象。そして
ヒロエ。日本でイチというとっても素敵な男の子に出会ったの。優しくて元気いっぱいで、私いっぱい勇気づけられました。だから新しい生活、エルやイロエがそばにいなくても、私元気いっぱいにやっていけそうです。
お兄ちゃんがいなくても寂しくない？心の傷が。シルビーの恋路に最も近しい男。往路市松。身分も家柄もない。シルビーの兄として、見極めてやる。
大好きよだからもう。
あら、イロエ、日本に来ていましたの。
はい。仕事の都合で来てみましたが、しばらくは日本に滞在せねばならなくなりました。不詳この色へ、日本文化に対し、まだあまりに無知です。市松殿がされているあの格好は、女装男子というやつですか？それとも、男の子？
は？
That's how he's gonna spin it.
そっか。リアちゃんともうまくやれてるんだね。
Yeah. That reminds me, Rhea knows about you. She asked me, is Cheka doing good?
男友達だとばっかり思っちゃってたオーロくんと違って、ちゃんと女同士で接してた友達もいるってこと。町内会でやった慰問は、男の子は男の子、女の子は女の子が基本だったからね。オーロくん、もちろん覚えてるよね。リアちゃんって。
I had forgotten. Never imagined back in those days that Ria was in such a horrible condition. Figured you'd recover from it and run around like the rest of us. In no time, but... brain tumor.
ああ。
Does that mean...
切除不可。現代医学だと、どうして生きてるのかすらわかんねえって言われた。
Really? It's a confession that came out of the blue. In the course of trying to remember the past, I learned that the original point of that camp 10 years ago was to visit with a sick patient. And that steered the conversation. Sure, it did, and I get the idea. Honestly, I was shaken, so he must have known. She had an unusually cloudy look on her face.
目や耳は？味は？
耳はいいままだ。心配すんな。どっちの声もよく聞こえてる。味覚はもうほとんどないな。甘い辛いくらいはわかるけど。
そう。
She had symptoms that severe.
目はどうだろうな。当時と一緒かな。
じゃあ、一応見えてはいる。
ああ。お前の綺麗な髪の毛は特にな。
よかった。
Hold up a sec. What do you mean? Was something out of whack with her vision? Something about her hair?
相馬くん、生まれつきほとんどの色が判別できないんですって。
Huh?
色毛ってやつ。最近はいろいろ名前変えてるそうだけどな。世界のほとんどが白黒で見えてる。
Other than all that tumor talk that was hard to wrap my head around, this game has the biggest shock to me. She elaborated further. It didn't sound like she was completely colorblind. The one color she could see was gold. Really? Watched that movie together a while back. How was that for you?
画面が光ってれば見えるよ。字幕も下の画像と混じってなければ読める。
What do you think, Fred? I guess there had been times she couldn't quite keep up with what was happening on the screen. That's how it is. Yeah, she just told me. I meant to be preparing myself for this stuff too, you know.
あれ、10年前にも言ってなかったっけ？
Huh? For real? As far as that goes, about all I can say is sorry at this point. How about that? Can't see colors.
別に不便はしてねえけどな。
Ria shrugged her shoulders in her usual bit of way. So with you being colorblind, does it make it difficult to tell what color traffic lights and stuff are? Are you able to manage okay in general?
ああ、だから信号があるとこは避けてる。
So it is an inconvenience. But again, not many cars came through a town this rural, and she likely avoided going into the city whenever possible.
一応どれが光ってるかはわかるから、赤信号はわかるんだけどな。青、特に緑のは全く見えないから怖いわ。周りに人がいればその人についていくだけなんだけど。
You can see red lights but not green ones.
暗い色は光ってるかどうかすらわからないんだよ。赤や黄系統は光ってるのはわかるけど、青信号は苦手。特に完全な青なら逆に薄暗いから見やすいんだけど、緑だと困る。完全にわかんねえから。
Oh, yeah, there are blue traffic lights, even though green is more common. Nearly all pedestrian lights were green.
色彩だと緑は中間色だから、そのあたりの色は一番認識しにくいのね。
そうみたい。中間がどうのは知らねえけど。
Colors that humans could visually perceive transitioned in sequence from red, yellow, green, blue, violet due to light intensity. Ria could see red and yellow quite well compared to blue and violet. Those colors were tough for her to see. That actually made it possible for her to recognize them, but apparently she had a hard time seeing green since it landed smack dab in between red and violet. Green light was a no-go, huh?
まあ、そもそも外出ねえから関係ないけど。
Rhea said with a forced grin. So it's something you should be smiling about, Rhea. What should I do now? Looked like she wanted to drop the conversation, but she clearly had more to say. How does this affect your lifespan?
知らん。9年前に切れてるはずなんだが、まだ生きてる。
That's amazing.
だろ？明日にはどうなってるか知らねえけどな。
That's gotta be rough. It's not the kind of comedy you can just laugh off. How should I say in a situation like this? I want to know if she was in pain or if there was any way to cure her. Yeah, it was pointless to ask second Sylvie. I saw Sylvie's face. If so, then that was what I should say. I get the idea. So, well, live as much as you can. I won't tell you to live a long life, so just live as much as possible. The of us finally got to see each other again. It was kind of a mini miracle in itself. The of us all wound up in the same place at the same time a decade later. We're alive to witness that miracle happen. Be a huge waste if you were to die now. We're adults now. There's still no more fun things we can do than 10 years ago. Heck, we couldn't even leave the campsite back in those days. So go enjoy everything there is out there. Just be careful not to die tomorrow or today or tomorrow. If you die, Sylvie and I will be super sad. Keep it as far off as you can. Her face had been calm until then, and somewhat forcibly kept expressionless, but she finally broke into a smile. That's what I'd said. Been okay. I wasn't sure, but I imagined it probably was given her. It was given her lighthearted appearance.
オーラはやっぱり1だったわね。
Huh? Oh! Sylvie hugged me out of the blue. Maybe not as much hug. Front choke. She had a tight hold on my neck. What's up, Sylvie? Why the sudden grappling technique?
いいの？ちょっとの間。
Foomp. Next, I felt an impact against my back. Ria? She clung to me. What sort of technique are they trying to pull on me? It's kind of scary. Didn't know, but went without turning to Ria due to Sylvie's grip on me. Ria clung to me and rubbed her face back and forth against my back. I knew what was happening to me, but there wasn't any real reason to put me in a guillotine choke, was there? Oh well, might as well just take it. What's up?
急に話してる最中に黙るから。
It's nothing. Anyhow, that's roughly it. Things are going great with Sylvie and Ria. I'm having fun at Noble Academy.
なら一安心。
Yep, I'm doing fine. Aside from studying, that is. In the end, studying is just convenient training and brainwashing by adults. All to cause children pain and raise us to be subservient.
つらい。
Sure fucking worked with me. Hahaha, good joke, because I'm subservient in any fucking kind. I will spite people however I fucking can in the most roundabout way I can possibly think of. Yep.
成績とか聞いてもいい？
Don't.
わ。
Last day of second term. We're given our report cards.
皆さん、成績表は行き渡りましたか？成績については何も言いませんが、自分の中でしっかり受け止めて、高額の支えとしてください。では、2学期の授業を終わりあら？キサキさんは？
すいません。コーヒー牛乳買いに行ってました。
放課後まで待ってください。では皆さん。
Already prepared the coffee and milk. Like, okay, he's gonna be depressed afterwards. I would just like stock up real quick. Class was dismissed. Reina gingerly placed some coffee milk in front of me.
元気出せ、オーロ。
I just looked like that. How do you like coffee?
成績なんてさ、ただの数字だよ。オーロにはそんなものじゃ測れない良さがきっとある。だから、なんていうかな。ファイト。
Don't try so hard to console me! This was seriously making me feel like bawling!
市松殿の成績については無頓着できましたが、いざ結果が出ると少々気がかりになりますね。
オーロの元の学校とノーベルトではペースが違ったかしら。
Everyone gathered together. It doesn't matter! I'll take supplementary lessons to make up for it!
まあノーブル学園は問題を起こした生徒でない限り退学も留年もありませんから、それも手ではありますが。
でもオーロ、勉強についていけないんじゃ授業の時とか退屈じゃないかしら。
Not bored, no. There's a lot of things I could do, like space out and think about stuff. Since Sylvia wasn't a seat ahead of me, I could stare at her back of her neck, which led to a lot of internal debates over whether golden hair or black hair were better while sharing drinks. That was my recent fad anyway.
困ったわね。これも無理やり私がノーベル学園に誘ったから。
Oh, crap, judging by the face she was making, I'd say she was feeling guilty. Personally, didn't care, so I wish she'd just let it go.
特別講師。いや、私がつくか？しかし。
Ella was going on about something or other that sounded like a huge pain.
ファイト。
You be quiet. Oh man, so you don't need to worry about so much about me, Sylvie. I really enjoyed my time here too.
本当に？
I know it doesn't show in my report card, but that's not really. I opened up the report card with less than desirable results inside. When I did,
あら。
Whispers possibly so. Well, possible so, wasn't it?
あらあら。
Don't look.
この状況を偶然見えちゃった。ともわからないおバカさんなら謝罪いたします。と、おバカさんは良くない言葉だったでしょうか。その成績では真に迫ってしまいます。
Blah. That's only point I gave a tit for tat with this awful woman.
これまで何度か言ってきましたが、どうやら数字に現れてしまったようですわね。あなたにこの学園は合っていないと。まあ、だからどうとは申しませんが。
She laughed to some belated laughter. I wasn't even competing, yet wound up losing to her in a landslide. Kikuchi just looks at him like, okay, now I'm about to stab someone.
やれやれ。
ファイトだ。
Reina!
はい。
Healing!
はいよ。
He just runs to get coffee milk. He just downs the one. I recovered my eroded mental fortitude. That was a close one, just a little long, and I would have either snapped or cried.
綾香もオーラのことを心配しているみたいね。
This funny little quit of Sylvie's would have frustrated me if I wasn't still as emotionally splintered as earlier, but I can't accept it as cute airheadedness with how I feel now.
これがコーヒー牛乳の力やで。
That's clearly not worry, Sylvie.
そうかしら。 あれで心配はね。ツンデレにしても攻めすぎ。でもほら、綾香ってオーロにとっては小さい頃からのお友達でしょ。日本語でなんて言うんだったかしら。幼馴染？
は？
え？
そうなのですか、オーロくん。
It's news to me, huh? How? She was? Huh? Not to mention the merrier thoughts came to mind. Just popped into my mind. It just popped into my mind, but it couldn't possibly be true.
オーロとってことは、シルビーともな。私は接点はあるのだけど、ギリギリ会ったことはないそうだわ。10年前にね、私が参加するはずだったキャンプに、彼女も参加予定だったんですって。直前に腹痛に見舞われて帰ってしまって、その日の夜到着した私とは会えなかったのだけど。
Huh.
覚えてらっしゃいますか？
A whole ton of people attended that camp, you know. It was a random collection of people from the neighborhood association, but there was no way everyone would know each other, especially considering how long ago it was. My memories of Sylvie were vague, so it was even worse for some indistinct Japanese person. It piqued my curiosity, though.
そういえば、オーロと綾香ってよくおしゃべりしているのに、私も交えて3人でお話できたことはないわよね。
Since that woman would have to cut the nastiness short, as Sully were
これを
there.
機に綾香とも仲良くなれるかも。楽しみだわ。
I doubted it. It was apparent to me now that we had something in common, and I couldn't help but be curious. But because what happened in the past, getting along with her now was impossible.
「いたらしいな、あいつも。
You aren't sure either? After school, I stuck around until sunset and asked Ria about it. She was on decently good terms with Chogazaki.
知らね。あいつと初めて話したのは中学からだと思う。キャンプのことなんて随分経って聞いたわ。俺は病院からの参加で、あっちは町内会からだったし。
Camp 10 years ago was essentially spearheaded by the Neighborhood Association. The association had helped the camp as a social get-together for terminally pediatric patients in nearby hospitals. But then I was sure there was some grown-up politics behind their charitable work we children wouldn't have even begun to know about. It was because of that political circus that I, Chika Torio, and our other friends came together from the Neighborhood Association. Leah took part as a terminal pediatric patient from the hospital. While all of this was going on, Sylvie participated as a guest from Sortilege and part as a consolation visit for the ill patient. So Chogosaki came from the Neighborhood Association's side, meaning she got involved with from the same standpoint as we had. That's right, we cleaned up the campsite and made dinner, and then a whole bunch of people showed up.
おう、難病患者様だ。良きに計らえ。
The Neighborhood Association, someone got everything ready first, and Ray and Sylvia were welcomed in. Chogosaki was there on the first day, but went straight home. Is that how it played out?
らしいな。
For this first day, I was sure that left even less of an impression. If we just happened to be in the same neighborhood association, we may have met outside the camp at some different time, but I can recall. Surprising since it was a decade back. Makes me wonder. Maybe we could ask her real quick.
いいんじゃね？俺やシルビーより詳しいだろう。あ、でも待て。一つ注意。
え？
お前さ、その初日、女の子を湖に叩き落としたりしてないよな。
Let's see. Up in midsummer back then, I came to camp expecting it to be a fun event, but wound up being forced to clean smack dab in the middle of it. I do remember playing in the water, but at some point though, knocked someone in the water? Someone told me I did put someone in the Nelson hold and splashed in together. Did that to Torio and Takato all the time. Girls too, like Chiaka and... I don't remember doing it to someone.
あいつが腹痛になったのって、そうやって湖に叩き落とされたからだったんだって。他にもなんかあったのかもな。なんかこの話するとき妙にもじもじしてた。なんでだろう。まあとにかくそういうトラウマがあって、どっかの庶民にやられたんだと。
Oh, was kinda gave me an awful hunch.
今度そいつに会った時のために、どんなことをしても法的にもみ消してくれる弁護士のつてを作ったって、中学の時言ってた。
This wasn't an idea middle schoolers would come up with. I wanted to talk to her about this, but I have to give serious thought to how I was going to approach the situation now. We have finished smoking a cigarette.
ところでお前、成績どうだった？
Why must you hurt me?
傷ついたのか。そりゃ悪かった。
Shokazaki hadn't exactly been an entertaining topic, but she switched to an even less amusing subject. About you, I'm pretty sure, as far as classes go.
2学期は1回も受けてないかな。でも俺、一芸のおかげでそういうの免除だから。
She was tough. Well, it'd be hard to find many people moved out to the Maria Bishop.
まあな。こんなんなら別にもう学校辞めてもいいだろって感じだけど、ここの寮が何気に住みやすいし。
Like a vacation house deep in the woods, right? The dorm was full of polite rich girls and completely detached from the complicated outside world. There weren't any rambunctious troublemakers crawling around at night either.
最近は隣の部屋がうるせえって問題ができたけど。
I don't make tons of noise or anything, do I? I do hear women's moans sometimes.
最悪 AV はいいんだけど。お前エロゲやるときはヘッドホンにしとけよ。長丁場になるから、俺以外に聞かれるかもだぞ。
Oh, I'm being careful, but it gets ears sweaty if you wear headphones for too long.
ああ、通りでいきなり聞こえたかと思えばいきなり聞こえなくなるときがあると思った。
Sound was leaking through that frequently.
なあ、この前やってたハイロゼットってのが主役のやつ。なんか多くの狩猟と戦い出したところで声聞こえなくなったけど。
The rout ended right then and there after coming to our senses to fight off the orcs. It had one of those our battles just beginning endings.
なんだそりゃ。
It works for games like that since it's just there to suit people's needs.
まあわからんでもないか。
Well, once with heaps of battle scenes where they regain their safe, peaceful everyday lives, but then it ends with the heroine still feeling an ache in her body. I like those types of games too.
男ってのはいろいろ考えるんだな。
It's the spice of life.
何の話してたんだっけ？
Who knows? Something told me the topic had veered off course from the Jogasaki incident awfully quickly, but I had forgotten what had sparked it. Not like it really mattered now anyway. Not really something to worry about. Nope, not at all. Absolutely zero reason for concern.
なんですのこの成績は。
Maybe that was. When I got home, I'd left my report card sitting on my desk, and Mina happened to see it.
ゲロ、この学校の成績評価を言ってごらんなさい。
On an ABCD scale system divided from the top. We were evaluated on a 4-step scale, the majority of which was based on studies. The remainder on how hard we worked in private on our expert plans. As long as you were left with positive results in your studies and expert planning courses, you received an A. If you were successful in one or the other, a B. If not, a C. And finally, students with exceptionally poor results in both got a D. I was a D.
あなたはご自身が望んでの入学ではございませんゆえ、エキスパートプランにていささかの遅れがあるのは構いませんわ。
Right.
そして勉強面で遅れがあることも仕方ないと言えます。あなたの元いたという浜名南とノーブル学園では偏差値が大きく違いますもの。
Right.
故に勉強、エキスパートプラン両面で優れた成績が出せていないのは仕方ない。
Sounds about right.
それで出る成績は C ですわ。両面にて極めて不真面目である。これが D。 どういうことですの？
It was nothing new for Mina to be strict, but she'd blown her lid worse than usual. I guess I had it coming. After all, it wasn't that I couldn't, but it was that I didn't.
エキスパートプランだけならともかく、勉強に関してはもうある程度のやる気を見せれば D にはなりませんわ。それがこの評価。
つまりもう教師の目に留まるレベルで不真面目。お待ちになって。あなたずる休みの類はしておりませんわよね。
Well, no, I haven't. Wouldn't skip class no matter how mentally beaten down I got.
わかりました。ではあなた宿題をサボりましたわね。
Homework. Even at our school, we did get assignments sometimes. We weren't elementary schoolers though, so our homework teacher didn't just go, "Here, take these," but when it was time to leave. He would just say to study each subject by next session. That didn't mean it's like that. It was a huge pain and there wasn't any submission system, so it just didn't do it. Figured that
慣
out.
れてますわね。この評価はそのせいですわ。課題は今日と明日をつなぐための発想の潤滑剤。そして何より向上心を養うためのもの。
I don't got any.
それをサボりましたのね。この私がそばにいながらサボりましたのね。責務を放棄しましたのね。
Mina was twitching in place. Crap insincerity is what Mina hated most.
この私がいながら
She especially considered people who didn't do something that they were fully capable
バカ
of.
モーンですわ。
Mount Mina has finally erupted! It's over.
ローカリダトレイですわ。
Calm down, please hear me out first. Mina had never full-blown snapped before. I had to come up with an excuse. I have a reason I didn't skip the assignments because I wanted to. There's a reason I didn't do them.
どんな理由？
Because it was a pain.
わー、カモ
At a field of fire, huh?
ンカツ
It's auto.
オ。あなたのことはお姉様のお友達にふさわしくなれるよ。この私が今節丁寧に育ててきましたわ。そして一定の成果はあったと自負しております。
Yeah, you have. Didn't understand upper class etiquette and delights to an extent.
ですが、あなたにはまずもっと根本的な学生としてあるべき姿を学ばせる必要がありましたわ。
Right.
冬休みの課題出ておりますわね。
Some.
お見せなさい。
This is it? Oh, where'd it go? I sure I'd received handouts summarizing my assignments.
そこからわかりませんの？
No, wait. Reina!
おいはい。
Let me out of such and such.
おいはい。
I borrowed them.
仲がおよろしそうで結構ですわね。わかりました。これが2年の推奨される冬休み中の課外学習。
I just hey, Reina! Yuppers! Help! Yuppers! Yes?
ああ、これおとといお姉様とエロイナが移動中にやっていたものですわね。すぐ終わったので何かと思ったけれど課題でしたの。
That's fast! Sylvie and Ella. I don't know why I said Ella. They were in the finish your extended vacation homework before break starts faction. And again, Noble Academy was an elite school that did respect the students' autonomy when it came to studying at home, so they didn't actually assign that much. I was sure I could do it if I had half a mind. Assuming you were one of the smart ones, that is. That was out of question for someone like me with such poor academic abilities that I didn't even understand the questions very well.
あなた、これをどれくらいのペースで勝たすおつもり？
I wonder. I guess I was going to divvy it up at random over the vacation and do it when I could. I was likely to land me back into a corner the last day of break after ultimately leaving it all until the very end though. Or maybe I wouldn't even do it at all. Again, the Noble Academy was an elite school and they wouldn't say much to you even if you didn't turn your homework in. It seemingly wasn't their style. So the goal is to get it done appropriately by the end of the year.
結局最後まで残っちゃって、休み終了前日に追い込まれるってパターンになりそう。
She wrote the first half on my mind. I bet she hadn't read the latter half. That I wouldn't do it at all because she was too diligent for that thought to ever occur to her.
課題は自主学習です。あなたのやり方にケチをつけるつもりはございませんわ。
Yeah, you're right.
ですが今年は3日で終わらせましょう。
What?
クリスマスまで私、仕事には休みを取りますわ。つきっきりで手伝って差し上げます。まず課題を出す。ここから始めましょう。あなたの意識もそれで変わるはず。3日以内に終わらせますわよ。
You're so funny, Mina. You're right that it's not a huge pile of work, but it is still as high level as you'd expect from Noble Academy.
はい。
3 days isn't enough time. You should take it at a steady pace over winter break. You understand?
はい。
Thank goodness.
おしゃべりは終わりまして。では、3日で終わらせるスケジュールを立てますわよ。
That's strange. I was sure you said you understood me.
あなたが嫌がっている旨、3日じゃ難しいとお考えの旨、いずれも承知いたしました。そして却下ですわ。私は提案しているのではございません。命令しているのです。
Scary.
ゲロー。前に上流階級への道は登山だと教えましたわね。
Yeah.
始めた時点であなたに頂上へ着かないという道はございませんわ。たとえ途中で下山しようと遭難しようと、私はあなたをヘリから吊るしてでも頂上へ連れて行きます。
That's one law that would tick off mountain climbers.
どう捉えていただいても結構。さあ、スケジュールは私の頭で組み立てましたわ。早速今から始めますわよ。
Winter break just started, though.
まずは数学。期末試験の試験周りで問題集のやり残しをとのことですわ。やり残し。具体的にどれくらいありますの？
Guess the one thing I can say for sure is that my workbook is completely blank.
あらあら、手応えのありますこと。
Mina smiled sweetly. Cute. And that cuteness was terrifying.
さあ、始めますわよ。
Spare me!
なんかお隣さんが泣いてるみたいなんだが。
そんなにあの成績表がショックだったのかしら。
どうでもいいけど。そうだ、彩香さ、昔のキャンプのこと覚えてる？ん？
クルス・クラウンさんが参加していた？
それそれ。
覚えてはいるけれど、そもそも私は参加していないから、どう覚えていてほしいかを聞きたいわね。
そっか。めんどくせえな。
思い出したらまたイラついてきたわ。庶民ども。許さん。庶民ども。
聞くの面倒になりそう。やめとこう。
まったく、庶民ってやつは。一君以外、ろくな男がいないんだから。金色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。
Oh, they're giving dates now.
おはようございます、先輩。
Not the radio calisthenics!
あれ？先輩、起きてください。朝ですよ。先輩。
Ah! No more! I've had enough of the whip! Ah! was a dream?
どうしたんですか、先輩。
I was starting to wonder that myself. I don't know what happened. More specifically, what happened to my sleeping schedule.
1、2、3、4。市松くん、変なカウントしないで。
Alright. Sleepy. I'd overdone it yesterday. My mind was still in a bit of a haze. To be honest, I was exhausted.
お疲れ様でした、先輩。
Finally got my head working. Those winters or that final deep breath in particular was super effective at waking me up. I guys do these really calisthenics over winter break too, huh?
別に義務でやってるんじゃなく、みんな好きで集まってることだからね。
But the looks of it, it was optional. Neither Reina nor Ria showed up for that matter. I wasn't obligated to take part, but as a guide, it was difficult for me to turn down their invitation.
でも明日からは一気に数が減りますから、段階的に冬休みはお休みになりますよ、先輩。
People are going home after all.
はい、私もクリスマスまでには帰っちゃうし、1週間以内にほとんどがって感じです、先輩。
I took a look that gave her a firm nod in agreement. Sounded like rich kids ran back home the second their vacation started. Their families may have asked them to, and I'm sure some of them had their own unique circumstances. Nobles sure had it rough. By the way, what about you, Akane?
私、実は今年、帰省遅いんです。お父さんたち大変だそうだね。大丈夫かい？はい。実家が今大変なことになってるので、クリスマス過ぎまではこっちにと。
More so than her schedule, the phrasing worried me. A dilemma. Parents, something going
は
on.
い。まさか、あんなことになるなんて。
Huh. Akane's expression was gloomy. Some kind of illness? Or maybe some sort of accident?
実は、夏に商店街のくじ引きで当てた旅行券の期限が今月の16日までだったとかで、2人で15日からハワイなんです。
Congrats.
2人にはおめでとうだけど、私はめでたくないですよ。ハワイ、私も行きたかったです。
We've got classes on the 15th, so there's not much you could have done about it anyway.
当てたのはお盆だったんだから、その場で即決してれば、夏休みの後半で3人で行けたのに。あかね、こういうのはちゃんと準備をしてからの方がいい。そうよ、あかねちゃん。なかなかないことなんだから。って悩んでるうちに、夏が過ぎちゃって。お正月に行くぞって話をしてたんだけど、期限に気づいたのがつい最近で。
Akane really was
ハ
unlucky.
ワイなんていつでも行けるんだから、パパッと行っちゃえばよかったのにですよね、先輩。
No, you really can't just visit
そ
whenever.
うかな。うちは毎年お正月はハワイの別荘で過ごすから、近くのキャンプ場くらいの感覚ですね、先輩。
You can add that to the growing list of differences between nobles and commoners.
そう。いいなあ。お父さんたちはどんなホテルに泊まるんだろう。まあ、でも、お父さんたちに会うのも楽しみだけど、こっちに残るのも、それはそれで楽しそうです。最後の方は2人だけになっちゃうかもだけど、ラジオ体操、頑張りましょうね。
Sure. Sure didn't sound like the whole parents in Hawaii dilemma was going to just... Sure sounded like the whole parents in Hawaii dilemma was going to have just as harsh an outcome for me. And it's like radio calisthenics though. If it was just that anyway.
戻りましたわね。さ、夕べの続き、いきますわよ。
Right. I thought last night was all a bad dream.
それでね、相馬くん。ミナったらひどいの。オーロに何か教えるとか言って一人で日本に残って。私は冬休みに入った途端、国内国外を文字通り飛び回らなきゃなのに。
その分クリスマスは明けたではありませんか。
ああ、そう。
私も日本に残りたかった。
カミナル様は必要所持のほとんどをあらかじめこなしておりましたので。
もうね、ひどいと思うわよね、相馬くん。
そうだね。
こうなったら私も無理してでもクリスマス以外に日本に戻れる日にちを作ってみせるわ。大晦日がいいかしら。ギリギリにヘリを飛ばせば。
大晦日。ああ、そうですね。半時ほどなら時間が作れます。その後はすぐにジェット機でソルティレージュに戻ることになりますが、まさかその日に限って大寒波が来るとかで飛行機が飛べなくなるでもなし、日本に来ることは可能かと。
はははははははははははははは。
やった
はははは。
聞いた相馬くん。大晦日そちらに行けるの。会える時間いただけないかしら。
まあ、それはいいけどさ。それよりシルビー。
何？
まだ朝の6時半。
違う！昨日教えたじゃありませんの。ここで等式は不等式となっているのですから、以降の記号表記は。
Is this game seriously trying to pander now? This game seriously is trying to pander now. This game is 100% trying to pander at this very fucking second. I can tell what they're doing. Mina's private lessons were simply terrifying. And they hurt.
ですから、よろしくて。公式というものは問題に当てはめ、応用できてこそ意味があるのです。どこが X であるかを見極めてですね。
No, let's solve the Y, ladies. The X is always the fucking part you insert. Well, the thing that comes out of the equation is Y. So a formula always gives you the Y coordinate for every X value. Like, or the Y value for every X value. Right. Or I guess that could be what she meant as well. It's just weirdly worded. I was being lectured by someone a year below me. Double it off, Mina was solving the second year problems that couldn't make sense of like it was second nature. My pride.
そこ違う!
Ouch! She was hellishly strict too! Damn it! It's coming from a junior too! She was a year beneath me, that make her the same age as Chiyaka. My junior should be more like...
7×4 ってなんだっけ？
Is such age is such a dummy Chiyaka.
わかんない。
どうかいたしまして。
Rally
まっ
bites.
たくあなたは、ブツブツ言っている暇があったら、口より手を動かしなさいな。
Women sure do come in all sorts of different types. Mina could be quite harsh and may give that other woman a run for her money.
ほら、集中して。あら？でもこちらの問題は解けてますわね。
Yeah, I was able to solve it after referring to the question above it.
あら。応用の仕方は教えていませんのに。偉いですわ、ゲロ。そう。数学は公式を覚えるのでなく、応用させるための学問なのです。
My shin is itchy.
よくできましたわ。
Right.
一休みしましょうか。クッキーがありますの。今お茶を入れますわ。
Don't use the phrase whip up something. It'll fucking cause a cause a violent reaction at this point. This was a dictionary example of carrot and a stick. As for how many carrots, in this case cookies, should give me, well...
ソロ。どうしたの？冬休み初日から頭から煙出して。
Sure does feel that way anyway. Flopped over onto the sofa.
ほらゲロ、休憩の時間ではございませんわ。リフレッシュに大掃除。ちゃっちゃとやりますわよ。
When the break was upon us, everyone in the dorm began the annual cleanup session. The cleaning crew would often come in, so we weren't required to
毎
participate.
日お世話になってるんだから、感謝の気持ちでお掃除しなきゃですよね、先輩。めんどくさいけど、伝統ってやつだからね。
So it went. The sort of saint-like mentality was quite prevalent among such high-class women such as these. This same lot had spent the last several days cleaning and vacuuming their rooms in preparation for their return home.
素晴らしいですわね。自身の住む場所を一度整えながら年の瀬、ひいては新年を迎える。日本人らしい規律と効率が入り混じった文化ですわ。郷に入りては郷に従います。課題も大事ですが、こちらも大切ですわ。はい、雑巾を持って。
Overusing mechanical pencils is bound to give you a tendonitis. Good soap in cold water could be good for you. So this was how we wound up cleaning in between my studies. Mina looked like she was having more fun cleaning than studying. Was she a maid at her core? Oh well, I preferred physical activity over using my head
先輩
too.
先輩、高いところをやってほしいんだけどいいですか？
Sure, where?
エアコン用の通風口なんですけど、ちょっと怖くて。
背の高い人ならやりやすいと思うのですけど。
Underclassmen were relying on me.
やっておあげなさいなゲロ。こういうのは適材適所ですわ。
Of course! Mina was all smiles, and I wasn't about to let her down. This was a man's job after all. The air vent was behind the vending machine in the corner of the foyer. Could you grab me a chair?
どうぞです。届きますか？
Yeah, just barely. I could reach it if I stood.
やったー！さすがです先輩。
男の人ってこういう時頼りになりますわね。
助かります先輩。
They were only squealing because I was actually tall enough to reach it. Even so, a guy could really get used to this kind of attention, and the classmen could rely on me for all sorts of stuff.
落ちないようにお気をつけ遊ばせ。
I know. I wanted them to rely on me more and more. And then... It's like clockwork, a certain female figure appeared from the other side of the vending machine. Everyone, excluding Ria and Reina, who had skipped out, had taken part in the cleanup, so it was given that this woman would be here too.
ここは私が。市松さんは他の場所をどうぞ。
Well, I mean, I wasn't especially interested in getting into a fight with her over something so trivial, but...
やっぱり先輩がいてくれてよかったですね。なんだかんだ害にはならない男ですわ。
It would be disappointing to give this role up now that my underclassmen were saying my praises. I'll do it. High places are a man's job.
あなたのチープなプライドに付き合う気はありません。ほら、どいてくださる？
Hey. She tried to push me away and acted like nothing I said or did mattered. It's pretty dirty up here. Just let me handle it.
汚いから綺麗にしているんです。あなたより私の方が敵役のはずよ。
Blah, the way she phrased that annoyed me. Okay, take a big deep breath. She was just trying to get a rise out of me, which meant she had no intention of standing down. Fine, I'll let you do it. And the classmen had already returned to their individual tasks after showering me with compliments, so I was plenty satisfied. With that, I stepped off the chair. With a nasty snort, Chogasaki picked up the job where I left off. Despite her crappy attitude, I couldn't deny how slick she was. Even so, there was no hope for me and Chogasaki at this point. The wisest approach would be to avoid interacting with her as much as possible. Clatter? Chogasaki had apparently been disgusted enough with me to contort herself away, and the chair she was using for support made a weird sound. It was lurching. It was a tiny slant, but Yokosaki wriggled back and forth when I tried to go back into place. This was... Okay, gotcha. I caught her just as she was about to fall. Oh, that was a close one. She'd nearly fallen with a substantial amount of momentum. A dense heft against my shoulder and elbow told me just how much force had been behind her. So I managed to support her, but... this isn't gonna work! Whoomp. I thought I'd successfully supported her, but we ended up falling backward. It was shameful as a cat.
おいおい、大丈夫？先
Ow! And so I ended up pinned under her. At least I'd protected Chokosaki. Okay, Chokosaki! I was pleased to hear she wasn't hurt.
先輩、大丈夫でした？
派手に椅子にぶつかってましたけど。
I'm fine, I'm fine. My head hurt a little bit after ramming into the chair when I fell, though.
やるね、オーロ。
Yeah, I guess.
まあ、せっかくお姫様抱っこまで行ったんだから、そのまま、スタ、大丈夫かい、ベイビー、ハキラ。
Yeah, you're right. I'll be sure to remember that for next time. Regardless, I was happy knowing Yokosaki avoided getting hurt. Yokosaki was seated on top of me and got up in a panicked fashion.
ありがとう。あれ？先輩、髪の毛染めました？
No, why?
じゃあ、トマトジュースこぼしました？いや、この濃さはケチャップじゃない。
Gush, gush, gush. Red droplets fell to the ground.
俺の人生にかけて言うけど、頭は気をつけろ、頭は。
Yeah.
まあでも CT の結果異常なし。表面を切っただけで、小さな傷なので縫合の必要もなし。頭が部分的にしばらく剥げるかもだけど、危険はないとさ。
Oh, that's good. They were looking a little sketchy for a bit. Things were looking a little sketchy for a bit there, but Rhea had taken me to her usual hospital. The doctor checked me over from head to toe, and they luckily found nothing wrong with me. It's infected where I'd cut myself, put on some gauze, and bandaged me up.
いたたんだったね。
Ow, ow, don't touch it!
いいじゃん。付き添いとして、どれくらいの怪我だったかきちんと把握しないとだし。そうそう。涙目だったアカネちんに連絡しないと。はい、オーロ。チーズ。
She sent a photo of me making a peace sign to show the girls I was fine.
ま、とりあえず大きな問題ではないと。でだ。
怪我はしないのが一番ですが、レディをかばって、名誉の負傷ですわね。
本当にご迷惑をおかけしまして。付き添い多すぎんだろ。部屋に入りきらねえよ。
Lydia had arranged for me to use the private room she often used when she came to the hospital. However, it was incredibly cramped for 5 people. It's probably a bit overkill.
そうは言われても、私のせいで怪我したのだから、私が来ないわけにはいかないでしょ。
高いところの掃除を命じたのは私ですわ。責任という意味では私にあります。
This is the game saying, like, we need to involve them more, there's routes.
ついてけば大掃除サボれるかなと思って。
Well, Rain is out.
たく。ほら、帰んぞ。ここ行きつけの病院なのに、相馬さんのところは見舞いが騒がしいとか思われたら困る。
She's right. Get at home now that the doctor had officially discharged me.
私がいらないのはわかるけど、リアちゃんも別に付き添う必要なかったよね。
When she heard I hit my head, she immediately called for a car and held my hand the whole way here.
愛されてんね、オーロ。
You
う
know
る
it.
せえ、さっさと出ろ。
For that, Rhea called a car and we headed back to the dorm.
大丈夫ですか、先輩。
だいぶ包帯ぐるぐるだね。
An old bandage wouldn't really work, which was why they wrapped it up like this. The wound itself wasn't even that bad.
ならよかった。どっちにしろ、頭に汗かくのは避けた方がいいね。
We're not done cleaning yet, though.
心配ないさ。サボってたのが一人入るから。
When all was said and done, I wound up exempt from this year's cleanup. So then,
困りましたわね。
what does?
大掃除が免除されたなら課題の続きと思いましたが、この状態でやらせると傷口が開くやもしれませんわ。
It's fine, really.
知恵熱というものがあるでしょ。心配ですわ。
Are you making fun of him, Mina? That is something as mundane as homework would exacerbate my condition, I think. You don't have to stick around anymore, Jogozaki. Seriously, I'm fine.
そんなわけにいきますか？
After everything that happened, Jogozaki was the only one who had looked bothered by it. That's not surprising considering it was her fault. Himself wasn't about to complain about it when she picked up the tab at the hospital.
何か償いを。何ができるでしょうか？私。
I appreciate the offer and all, but I really didn't want or need anything from her. So horrible as it was, a part of me hoped that guilty conscience of hers would even out the status quo and she'd stop being such a pest. I wish I could get her to go home for the day with everything left as is.
償いならいかがかしら、城ヶ崎さん。私と一緒にこのゲローの課題を見て差し上げるというのは。
Do you hate us, Mina? Do you seriously despise us? Mina? She's only butted in and made a rather odd suggestion.
教えるだけなら私にもできますが、私では2年がどう授業しているか知らないので、どう教えたらよいかわからない部分がありますの。そこを補佐する意味でご一緒できますかしら。
I would Jogozaki want to get involved in my homework, hell. It sounds suffocating.
ちょっとスケジュールを見てきます。失礼。
Sound like it was a done deal. Jogozaki headed off.
一見落着ですわね。
Forget resolved. I felt like things had gone in a terrible direction.
城ヶ崎さん、お姉様から聞いておりますわ。あなたにとっても昔よく遊んだお一人なのでしょ？いわゆる幼馴染。こんなことでギクシャクしたら損ですわ。これくらいで流すのが正解でしょう。我ながら良い妥協点でしたわ。
You're stone-eyed fool, Mina. Yeah. That made sense. She based her decision off of what Sylvia told her, which meant that she didn't know about Mai and Jogozaki's strained relationship. She was all smiles after that perfect pause. But as for me, what?
金色ラブリッチェ、ゴールデンタイム。
ほらほら、レイナ。窓の雑巾掛けさっさとしないと風邪ひくよ。12月の水仕事はきついんだから。
きつすぎて手の感覚がない。冷たいですよね。この時期の雑巾掛けって、外だから特に。でも、だからこそ、冷たいからこそ、胸の奥からバーニングなものがこみ上げてきませんか？そんな得意体質アカネチンだけだよ。
Maybe getting hurt was worth it, especially if I could avoid cleaning it and it's so cold out.
縁起でもないこと言うんじゃございません。
She had a point.
課題の手伝い、どこからですか？あら、もうかなりできているんですね。
Since Mina really reamed me out over it yesterday.
今日からは私も加わります。
傷口に負担をかけないよう、当初の予定よりはペースを落とす予定ですわ。先生は2倍、負担は半分。 これであなたも随分と楽になるんじゃなくて？
The easiest solution would be to use my injury as an excuse to give up on my assignments and turn in blank papers.
ゲロ、これだから庶民は。
I'm kidding! Now that I had double the tutors, the eyes watching over me had become twice as stern.
今のは聞かなかったこととして、明日までに終わらせる予定だったスケジュール、改めて組み直してきましたわ。しあさって、つまり23日をめどに終わらせる計算です。
That's still awfully soon, but it helps.
というのもあさって22日からはさらに心強い講師が増える予定ですのよ。
心強い講師。まあそもそもプルテアさんが言うなら誰のことかは大体想像がつきますけれど。
講師の方からメッセージですわ。
Mina took out her phone and played back a recording.
もしもしオーラ？話は聞いたわ。怪我をしたそうね。すぐにでもお見舞いに行きたいんだけど、ごめんなさい。今地球の裏側にいて動けるようになるのが40時間後なの。でも安心して。なんとかスケジュールをやりくりして、日本へは23日リターンの予定だったのを1日繰り上げることができたわ。
始末書の山が。
というわけで、日本時間の22日にはそっちへ戻るから楽しみに待っていて。それまではミナと相馬くんと仲良くね。
姫様、予定を繰り上げたアラブの石油王との会談のお時間ですぞ。
はーい。じゃあミナ、このメッセージをオーラにお願いね。じゃあ。というわけですの。
So you'll be on the 22nd? This was, sounds like it'd be better if I somehow got a whole bunch done by the 21st, by tomorrow.
懸命ね。彼女が来ると確実にしっちゃかめっちゃかになるわ。
I couldn't possibly imagine trying to get all my homework done in time with Mina, Chokozaki, Sylvie, and Elle in the same room. That actually caused me physical discomfort. After all that effort to scale my studies back, now I had to revert it and return to my original pace. Original? This was now in hyperdrive. Need to make up for the work I couldn't do yesterday while I was at the hospital. Well, time to work my butt off.
風が出てきたね。
まあ、外の掃除はあとちょっとだ。頑張んな、レイナ。
私、この冬戦争が終わったら、おこたと結婚するんだ。頑張って、レイナ先輩。ハートが燃えてれば、寒さなんてへっちゃらですよ。
あかね、寒いどころか、汗かいてきてない？
冷たい風が出てきたせいか、負けるものかと、魂が燃えてきちゃったんです。もう、この服でも暑いくらい。ファイヤー！
寒くなるほど体温が上がるのか。永久期間ってこういうことかな。
でもその息だよ、アカネ。ほら、レイナもちったアカネを見習って。レイナ？
コーヒー牛乳ってのはさ、冷たいままでもいいけど、温めるともう HP も状態異常も完全回復してくれる現代のエリクサーだよね。
おい、サボるな。
この一杯だけね、いいしょ先輩ね。
しょうがないね。
あったけー、最後の最後、あったけー。せっかくだし、目いっぱいくつろぐとしましょう。冬は室内でこれだな。
レイナ先輩！いたいた。ほら、お掃除の続きですよ。
ちょい待ち、あかねちん。まだコーヒー牛乳が残って。
そんな時間ないない。ほら、行きますよ。
いやー、せめて服をへそ出しは無理。
真冬のコーヒー牛乳、ほんとすごい。
だ
だから違うと言っているでしょ。さっき教えた漢文の読み方もう忘れましたの。まったく覚えの悪いゲロウですわね。とはいえ怪我人ですから万一のためにも鞭を出すわけには参りません。
What a lifesaver.
その分口やかましくいきますわよ。バッカ
So yeah, Mina was shouting at me essentially as much as the day before. I forgot you were here, Shokozaki.
でしょうね。間に入っていけませんでした。
Isn't Mina scary?
怖いっていうか、なんだか楽しそうです。まあそれはともかく。
Shokozaki briskly shuts her notebook after looking over my classical Chinese homework.
市松さんの考え方の傾向が大体わかりました。効率化のためにもまず私の言う通りの順番で解いていっていただけます？
What?
効率化？
Did she like fucking like psychoanalyze him to the point where it's like, okay, so if he solves this problem, he will automatically get the mechanics behind this and this function, which will allow him to solve this, which will make it clear to him how a problem that he would have ordinarily made in this problem was a bit of a trap, so he would not fall for this one, and this one in return would help him come to grips with the basics of the first exercise. And Mina just stands there like, what the fuck did you just say to me? I started from the exact question she asked of me. What do we have? We had sexual assault. Okay, that was basically.
そうですわゲロ。それで？
次はこちらの問題。
Right. Huh? This colloquial expression or whatever she told me about before applied to these questions too. If I remember correctly, classical Chinese was read in reverse. Oh? Oh? Oh?
あら？
I solved it.
はい、次はこちら。
Solved it! I'm solving them! I was able to solve all the problems she was not prepared with ease!
市松さんは中学レベルの問題ならわかるようなので、それと今教えられた知識で解ける問題から解いてもらっているだけです。勉強というのは相手の知能レベルに立って行うのが一番効率的なの。
Wow. Are you calling me dumb?
ですわね。
Seriously? I guess you're not wrong, but still rude.
ですわね。
And I guess it's stupidly easy to understand this stuff once you get the hang of it. Compared to me, you know, just threw everything at me. Rapid fire, Chokozaki's way of teaching made it easy to understand by establishing and building off of a foundation.
これは私の落ち度でしたわね。教え方の順序を考えておりませんでした。
ちょっとしたコツです。
あなた、なんだか人に教え慣れておりますわね。
Right? She's probably a private tutor or something.
中学の頃、同じようなことをしてきましたので。
She replied with a fun tone.
これは。
それじゃあ、私は電話しますだよ。
なんだか表が騒がしいですわ。ゲロ、私、ちょっとお外の大掃除を手伝ってまいりますわね。城ヶ崎さん、あなたの方が教え役として適役なようですし、ちょっとここはお願いいたしますわ。
Mina left the room without giving Chokozaki a chance to decline. Oh crap, it was worried I would come down to this. Chokozaki and I had gotten a good read of the room, which made Mina the perfect buffer if things were to take a turn for the worse. But now,
さっさと終わらせましょう。
Yeah. With that, we resumed our study session.
指先が透視するかと思った。
レーナ先輩、お腹冷たい。
いやー、あかねちんの魅惑のウエストは体温高くていいね。冷え切った手先が温まるよ。
何をやってるんですの？
真冬の雑巾掛けは苦行ってお話。
アイムコーリングです。
リアンちゃんなんか機嫌いい？
ああ、中学の頃の鬱陶しい家庭教師の声が久しぶりに聞こえてきてな。あ、そこ間違ってます。
Oh, really? Does it go like this?
ええ。
Shiwazaki was an excellent tutor, but our efficiency had dropped like a rock. I mean, it wasn't my fault for not being able to be up front and ask her the parts I didn't understand. Whenever there was something I didn't know, I would fill in a tentative answer, then ask her to explain. It was efficient as hell, but it was tough feeling like I couldn't just come out and ask her. Even so, her quiet and demeanor was in complete contrast to her usual nasty self, and I'd like to think that stemming from her feeling of guilt after what had happened. It was so awkward! Those thoughts in my mind as somehow got through the classical Chinese
ご
assignment.
苦労様。お次は？
World history, I think?
そう。じゃあ、
Hold on, let's take a break. I'm exhausted.
仕方ありませんね。
Felt suffocated and needed to take a few minutes to relax. It'd be great if Mina or someone could come by for a visit for a change of pace. Well, want something to drink?
お構いなく。
Still, a break was a break, so let's consider it. Drinks. Open the fridge. I suppose Shiwazaki was eating with one of what we'd like. There's coffee, made it out that you want to drink something low quality.
私、最高級のダンセリンしか口に合いませんでございますことよ。
I want to shoot myself suddenly.
なんですのこれ。カフィー？あらあら、ずいぶんと安っぽいから泥水かと思いましたわ。庶民は部屋に来た客人にこんなものを出しましてございますのね。あはははは、大変お勉強になりましたわ。
That was entirely plausible. It was based on my own personal impressions after, of course.
あら。
Why'd you cool with muddy water?
泥水を出されたら、明確な侮辱として法廷に出ますが。それ。
Shiwazaki was sneaking a peek at the inside of an open fridge. Let's see. Ramen? He was looking at the ramen I just stocked up on.
はい。懐かしいですね。
Yeah, this really hits the spot more than you'd think in winter. Summer sodas were best in full-size bottles since you'd want to chug them down, but 500 milliliter was too much in the winter, so some ramen size worked out perfectly. Are you okay with drinks like these? Took out 2 and handed 1 to her.
ありがとう。
Shiwazaki took it and...
懐かしい。
Oh.
10年ぶりかしら。
Her eyes squinted affectionately. She put the chilled bottle against her cheek. Well, it's just one of those things. The word cute suddenly popped in my head, and there was nothing wrong with thinking that way, right? I thought she was beautiful the moment I laid my eyes on her. She had her eyes blissfully shut, likely looking back on some memory. As long as she didn't consider it muddy water, that was what mattered. Do you know how to open it?
開けるやつ？
How should I put this? Using that little cap to open that bottle of ramen.
くださるかしら。
Guess she was the type who couldn't open it with that one. I'll put that thing, there it is, here. Hand it over. Shiwazaki seemed to know how to use it. Put it against the top of the bottle and... couldn't open it. Did you not know how much force to apply to the cap? It was tough to judge. The marble affixed to the inside of the bottle was pretty sturdy, and there was always a risk of shattering the glass if you pushed too hard. Pop. She opened it! Chokozaki was familiar with how to open it, but didn't know the trick behind it. Looks like you've drank it before, but not too familiar.
そうね。10年前は何度か。でも、10年ぶりだわ。
As for me, plop.
あ、す
Whoops. I had them all the time, so I could open them with just a finger.
ごい。よくできますね。
Well, that comes with experience. I practiced a lot when I was little, since I thought my little group of friends at the time would think it would be cool.
へえ。
We turned into a game and competed with one another. I'd even snag my little sister's ramen and whatnot to practice. Talk about a trip down memory lane. Chick, I'll open your ramen and let me have a sec.
いいよ。オール君そんなこと言って、この前チンのこぼしたじゃない。
You'll be fine, let me have it. But just like that. What's up?
いえ。私の知り合いにも一人、練習していた子がいたの。
Huh. There, open Chica's bottom perfectly.
イチ君。
Acha, no. Ramen, want me to open it? Over then. Yep. Ah! Oops, my finger went in with it. Sorry, Acha, I think it got dirty.
そんな、イチ君の指がバッチリなんて。
懐かしい。私が彼の役に立てた数少ない思い出だわ。市松さん、一君より開け方が上手ね。たかがラムネの蓋とはいえ、一君より上なんて生意気。
I'd improved a decent amount compared to when I was little too. Well, anyway, let's drink.
ええ。
Balls glugged as we tipped them back.
この味、懐かしい。
Runs out in no time if you take big gulps, so the trick is to enjoy it without drinking too much at once.
ちょっとだけ傾けて、甘いのが染みたビー玉だけ舐めたり。
Yeah, exactly. Man, that's a pretty crude method coming from you.
私じゃなくて、知り合いがやっていたの。
Really?
その人も下品というわけではないわよ。ただ子供の頃で、ちょっとわんぱくだっただけで。
Yeah, kids would do that. I did it a bunch too.
いちくん、ワイルドなところも素敵だったわ。
I was kind of surprised you knew how ramen tasted. Don't tell me you're the type who raced around on a farm or in the fields with 100 yen in hand and ran to the local mom and pop candy shop when you were little.
いや、行くなら普通にコンビニでしたけど。
Makes sense. This wasn't the show era. I hadn't seen a legitimate mom and pop candy shop myself.
でも、近所のデパートのお菓子コーナー、駄菓子のコーナーは好きだったな。
Oh, yeah, you see those everywhere nowadays. It wasn't uncommon to see old-fashioned candy shops and shopping malls. Didn't think we had that much in common.
まあ、小さい頃ならいくつか重なるでしょうね。
I just looked a bit depressed. What was that? Should not have mentioned it. So I wanted that.
どこまで進みまして？あら？休憩中ですの。
That was when Mina just happened to come back. Thought it'd be in hell by the time she returned, but we actually passed the time surprisingly peacefully. Either she felt indebted for hurting me or not. Chokozaki was awfully laid back today. Just wrapped up classical Chinese and are moving on to her world history.
あらあら、早いですわね。大したことではないわ。
How'd it clean and go?
ええ、一通りは。次は喫茶店の食器の整理だとかで、人数が多いと混雑するので戻ってまいりました。
食器の整理、細かくて楽しいですね、先輩。
まあ、中の仕事なら寒くないからいいかな。
次は、あそこの棚の上のお皿を洗いましょう。届くかな。それ、見た目より重いから気をつけるんだよ、あかね。
あかねちんのことだから、落としてどんがらがしゃんなお約束の未来が見えますな。
大丈夫ですよ。もう、ちょっと。
Mina, would you like some ramen too?
ええ、いた だこうかしら。
Sure, then does the open okay?
ええ。
I take it you don't know how much force to apply to it either.
気持ちはわかるわ。
わからないわけではありませんわ。ただ、前にこれを開けた時は、開けた瞬間爆発したかと思ったから。でも、この私に恐れなどございません。
World history. European history in the pre- and post-war periods. Suck at this. The French are at fault for the Second World War. Little bit of context. Basically, a lot of the reasons why Hitler was able to rise to power was because of the extremely widespread discontent in Germany, which largely was due to the post World War I period. Poverty was getting worse and worse, and the former governments, I think that was the first. Actually, I'm not sure, so I'm just gonna admit that and just get to the point where, basically, because of the start of the, because of how the First World War ended, reparations were demanded, but they were largely demanded from Germany, and France, for one, drove for rallied for extremely heavy reparations, with the added clause that if Germany is unable to pay those reparations in a timely fashion, which was virtually impossible for Germany to be able to do, they would take the Ruhrgebiet, which is which was like the peak industrial area in Germany at the time. It's also like an extremely resourceful it's also a mining area that was filled with a lot of resources. So, but here's the thing, they would take that, but the reparations would still need to be paid. But the moment they take that, the reparations would just be even more impossible to be paid, which caused just more and more widespread unhappiness. I do think it was after the First World War. First World War. German inflation. Yeah, it was post World War because it was the Republik. So yeah, basically, in an attempt to somehow make up for this disgustingly huge amount of reparations they had to pay, they started printing more money, but it just caused more issues. But yeah, like that, filled with the fact that France and Belgium did actually take over the Ruhr, which is, I just found out, is how the Ruhrgebiet is called in English. The Ruhr region, basically. So that followed with like the actual occupation of that area by France and Belgium, caused the widespread discontent that allowed Hitler to rise to power. So in a way, France is at fault for World War II, because they just had to blame Germany for World War I, even though, while yes, Germany was at fault for the web of alliances that ended up being a huge part of World War I, what started World War I. In the end, what started it was still the fact that, I think, what was it again? I think fucking, I forget what it was, but like, The assassination of the second Crown Prince of Austria, I think it was. I think Franz Ferdinand was... Yeah, Franz Ferdinand was assassinated by... What are you from? Where was he from? Serbia, that was it. Was a Serbian dude who assassinated the second Crown Prince of Austria, Franz Ferdinand, which, of course, Austria didn't take that lying down, so they moved against Serbia. But Russia didn't like that, since Russia had plans to actually occupy that area themselves, so they moved against Austria. But because of the conflicted web of alliances back then, basically every other nation in Europe was dragged into that conflict as well, which ended in the First World War. Yet, for some reason, Germany was solely blamed for it and had to pay all the reparations, and that caused the Second World War, because France just had to be a dickhead. For those of you who wonder why it's always such a joke for the Germans to hate the French, like the Germans and the French have been have historically been at each other's throats almost every fucking second of history. It's almost kind of funny. I suck at it.
ジャパンは欧州どころじゃない時期ですものね。仕方ありませんわ。
戦中のヨーロッパはやはりドイツが主役ですけれど、欧州全体を読むときはフランスに視点を置くといくらかわかりやすいですよ。
France was being a bitch! What did France do during that time?
ドイツ軍にパリを占拠され、フランス自体はシャルル・ド・ゴールを中心とする自由フランスとしてロンドンに拠点を移していた時期ですわ。
Ah, de Gaulle, I've heard of him. Even that airport's named after him.
有名ね。他にもシャンゼリゼ通りの入り口にあたるシャルル・ド・ゴール広場とか。
They can't even fucking write out Avenue des Champs-Élysées properly. Yes, I've had French lessons. Yeah, that's it. Oh, well, that was this person's name, huh?
そこからか。これは手を焼くわね。
So what did the Gaulle do specifically? Run a coffee shop?
政治家です。
Oh, so when he went to war with Starbucks, places like that?
コーヒーショップから離れてください。
ドゴールの功績は戦後10年経ってからが主ですので、説明するにはそちらを詳しく語る必要がありますが、戦中の活躍を、まあ簡単に語るなら、フランスの貴族のあり方を変えた。
Ability. Was a theme that caught my attention given the position I've been put in. Especially with Jogasaki here. What do you mean by the state of an ability?
ですわね。フランスという国は18世紀の革命からすでに貴族制度が廃れ薄まり、20世紀初頭には貴族制はなくなっていたのですが、それでも当時、いわゆる貴族の家系の人間が政治軍事には大きな影響力を持っていましたの。当然ですわね。特権階級というのは100年そこそこで放棄されるほど安い地位ではございませんわ。
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Japan landowners from the Edo period still lived excellent lifestyles to this day. Makes sense. The incompetent nobles were driven out and it eventually shifted more towards a meritocracy, right?
無能な貴族？
貴族の血統イコール無能。 庶民が好きそうなファンタジーですね。
追い出したというより、質を上げたと言うべきですわ。貴族の家系が支配階級に食い込むのは仕方ない。ならば、支配者としてふさわしいよう教育しようという。現在のフランス行政のほとんどは、ドゴールの設立した学校を出たキャリアで占められています。
明治維新の折、士族は能力も見ず、問答無用で追い出して、倒幕藩士が能力に関係なく、支配階級をぶんどっただけの日本より、幾分賢いやり方ですね。貴族たりうるには、血統でなく、能力が求められる。ここら辺に疎いのが、日本の庶民だけなのかは知らないけれど。
Huh? Don't quite hear what she was mumbling to herself.
さあ、課題に移りましょう。ドゴールとドイツの動きを追えば、この時期の欧州は分かりやすいですわ。
Right, doing it along with my assignments, so I didn't get a chance to ask a detail. But Yokozaki's lonely expression had bothered me more than I thought it would. By the way, like, because I talked about this earlier, I do not actually genuinely hate France. Like, I'm not... I just have a very, very, very negative relationship with the language, because fuck the French language. The French language in one, like, sentence is like, here's the rule that nothing follows. There's so many rules where it's like, okay, here's the established rule, and then here's, like, the 10% of the words that actually follow the rule, and here's the 90% words that are exceptions. It doesn't make fucking sense, is what I'm saying. Then they had tried to make rules for the exceptions, and then there's like fucking like 10 fucking rules for the 90% of exceptions, and suddenly nothing makes sense anymore. It's over!
ご苦労様。なかなかのペースじゃありませんの。は
It was dark up by the time we wrapped up our study day session.
このペースなら当初の予定通り明日には終われそうですわね。
It's amazing, you really can get things done when you put your mind to it.
もともとノーブル学園は長期休暇に対する課題はそんなに多く出しません。
It is to me though.
でしょうね。
She's so annoying. When I headed outside.
じゃあまた来年ね、メゴチン。良いお年を。
良いお年を。
That's a cute outfit. Almost kind of looks like fucking like Prinny chick from Disgaea 4.
ああ、あやかちょうどいい。私もう帰るから。
そう。良いお年を。
Huge station wagon was parked in front of my door. I met a girl from class with telling her luggage was just about to get in. Another one off to visit home, huh?
2日でずいぶん静かになりましたわね、この寮。
Yeah. It was around 6 o'clock and a number of students were packed into the cafe. About how it looked, about only half the residents remained, while the other half had already left and gone home for winter break. Some of them decided to stay behind.
だね。庶民様から言わせてもらえば、クリスマス前に実家なんて息が詰まるだけだよね。
It would be nice to visit home after New Year's, but an extended stay would be a huge pain. And I opted to put off our trips home for as long as we possibly could.
家が大きいと親族も多いから、挨拶回りだけで大変なんです。
That made sense. It wasn't uncommon for people to go around and greet the family members that had taken care of them towards the end of the year. You would also send along a gift, like a gigantic ham or some kind of thing, eventually grew out of style. Even now, it was customary for anyone part of an established storied family to go greet their family members in person.
シルビーも苦労してるっぽいね。私たちの場合、回るのは親族だけではありませんから。
逆にキクちゃんは回る必要はないんだけど、常に誰かがお歳暮持ってくるから大変なんだって。
Somebody's got his hands full then. So the dining, but perhaps the hardships you experienced flipped when your family got too large. Chokozaki, what's it like with your family? Are you the visitor or the visited?
ゲロ、その質問失礼ですわよ。
What's the problem? She ordinarily prattle on about common as this and common as that. Why not put her on the hot seat for a change?
来られる側ですね。と言っても、録音寺くんのような古い家柄とは違うので、聖母周りで人が来ることはありませんが、それでも芸能事務所から大なり小なり。
Huh. So your daughter of Hoshi TV was no stranger to visits from celebrities, huh? Wait a second, when were you planning to go back home? This gave me an awful feeling Mina had been thrown off schedule because of me, but she...
あなたの怪我、1週間で治ると聞きました。
Yeah.
なので、1週間ほど遅らせてもらっています。申し訳ないけど、1週間を過ぎても、なら、私の代わりに誰か手伝いを見繕います。
But hey, hold on, you already pulled it off? I've been so overwhelmed with her in my room that I had considered her circumstances, even though it would have taken a week to fully recover. I could take the bandages off in a couple of days. Didn't realize how serious you felt about it. Wow, no way. Huh.
なんだかだらしない顔。
あれはね、ときめいてる顔だよ、神にゃん。ナースエンジェル綾香 SOS にクラクラ来てるの。
あらあら。
I just wasn't really expecting it. Saying my heart skipped the beat was uncalled for, though.
でも今頭の中には
Chokozaki in a wide lab coat winking at me with a stethoscope in hand. Damn it, girls with hot and cold personalities have too much power.
勝手に検診にすり替えないでくれます？あなたの怪我については私に責任がある。だから責任を果たす。今何考えてる？
She'd make a great nurse, but the cool-headed doctor type would suit her better.
やめてください、気持ちの悪い。
Sorry. Was the girl's part really necessary? Wasn't like she was palling me out of the kindness of her own heart or anything. Chokozaki only stayed behind to satisfy her own guilty conscience. Even so, I think someone like Chokozaki was such a stick in the mud about nobility and status would put my needs before her family.
それに帰っても、ご挨拶の場に私は必要ないですし。
Huh?
なんでもありません。
Then...
ねえ、ところでさっきから気になってるんだけど。
Uh-huh.
ほら、なんか臭くない？
Huh? Where'd that come from?
なんか臭い。昨日って確かお風呂は？
The doctor said I couldn't take one yet.
あ
Hey, don't give me that look.
なんも言ってないじゃん。
I don't stink. I went without a bath for a day, but I don't stink. I haven't done anything to warrant sweating for the last 2 days.
そういう臭さじゃなくてさ。
頭の匂いじゃなくて、包帯、朝から変えていませんでしょう。
Oh, is that it? Completely forgotten to change them. That it took their comments as my cue to check on how my injury was doing. Took off my bandages.
そうそう、この匂い。剥がしたての絆創膏みたいな。
Yeah, freshly healed wounds do have a unique smell. Between the disinfectant medication and hermetically sealed skin oils and sweat, they had an indescribable scent.
くっさ！
Just stop sniffing it.
いやー、でもなんか嗅いじゃうんだよね、この匂い。
No. You can definitely stop sniffing it. It is not a smell that's nice. You're the sniffing type.
そうかも。
Every now and then you'd run into someone who was really obsessed with any smells that was the least bit unusual. Whether it was a new book or their own hair, they would sniff at any opportunity.
あやかっちも嗅いでみる？変な匂いだよ。
Hey now. We'll get her involved. It really hurt being treated like a smelly spectacle. Oh.
臭いっしょ。
時間を置いた消毒液は独特な匂いになりますね。
You too?
違います、こんな、してない。
She quickly backed away. Deku was tickled pink by the whole thing, but this woman went straight for it with practically zero hesitation. Thought she was worse off than Lorena when it came to enjoying weird smells.
ほら、遊んでないで。傷をお見せなさいな。
Mina took a look at where I'd removed the gauze.
もうほとんど塞がってますわね。
もうかい、早いな。
It was a wide but super shallow cut. And all was said and done, it was just a wound from bumping into a chair.
これなら清潔にしていれば、明日、明後日にも包帯はいらなくなりますわ。
I'm glad it's already looking better.
ずっと臭いんじゃ困るもんね。
I don't stink!
さて、それじゃあ新しいガーゼ。あ、いえ、その前に、今日はもう大丈夫でしょうから、お風呂に入ってらっしゃいな。
Good idea. The doctor had advised me to avoid getting it wet for a single day, so this was as good a time as any to take a bath.
ですが市松さん、頭の傷、自分じゃ見えませんよね。
True.
頭流すのは誰か見てた方が良さそうだね。ジョリってやって傷が開いたらあれだし。
Yeah, then.
誰にする？あら。
Huh? Had I found my way into a horrible three-way choice? Just... Just uncomfortable! There is a next choice button, so I don't feel the need to save here. Who should we go for? Mina.
やれって命令する？この状況で？
You don't have much. I don't have much of a choice here. You're the only one who can do it, please.
まあ、なあね。
Mina was a princess and Chokosaki was Chokosaki. Reina was the only person I could ask for help. Ask to help me in the bath. And with that, into the tub I went, warmed up and washed off. Got on yet?
い。
I called in Reina.
お待たへー。
Huh?
はいはい。社長さんサービスするよ。寄ってって寄ってって。
Of course she pulls some weird shit like this. What do you think you're doing?
どうだい？ 12 月にスクミズイベントがあるとは思わなかっただろう。
Not especially, but I can't say I mind it. But where'd you get that from?
今自分の部屋から。いやー、この前コスプレっぽいの作ろうと思って出しといてよかった。
I had no idea what prompted her to put that on, but didn't mean she was fine with getting wet, and I wasn't about to stop her. Please and thank you.
い。
Reina turned on the shower. She gave my hair a good solid wash.
ザブザブザブブーン。ちょっと髪パサついてるね。普段どんな洗い方してる？手でワシワシ洗ってない？
Doesn't everyone?
男子は髪のケアとか無頓着か。ま、無駄にサラツヤ直ろってのもあれだしね。ちょいしみるよ。
Got it. Ow, 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 ow! She gingerly washed around my wounds.
ザブブー、ザブブー。痛くない？
Just a little, but this might be pretty nice too. Despite the slight stinging sensation, Reina's gentle touch made it more comfortable than anything else.
傷口ちゃんと見たの初だけど、結構広く言ってるね。あやかっちをかばって名誉の負傷だったね。えらいえらい。早く良くなれ。早く良くなれ。
And especially like being treated like a little kid, but strangely enough, her encouraging words felt like it may heal a little faster.
はい、おしまい。
Yeah, thank you. She turned off the shower. Phew. Talk about anticlimactic.
普通だけど。
You showed up in a school swimsuit, and all I get are soft, gentle touches. It's kind of like, you know, it feels like the sort of scenario where I'd end up calling you mommy.
金髪四天王が一人。慈愛のレイナちゃんは、怪我してる子には優しいのさ。なんだい？ひょっとして、優しさよりもエロいやつを期待してたのかい？
I did not expect that. Since it's you, I just assumed there would be a moment where you'd lean in and actually smush your boobs against my back or something.
うわ、リアルにキモいやつ妄想してた。でも気持ちはわかるかも。プニらせるとはいかないけど、先っちょだけスリリンって当たって、あん、乳首かみたいな。
nipples. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
しゃあない。このサービス精神の申し子レーナちゃん。期待されたら、乳首まで鳴らしてやらぬわ。
You don't need to. Let's just go good here so you can keep racking up more of those holy mother points.
いいの。ほら、乳首プレイ行くよー。お客さん、いい乳首してんね。
It's not supposed to be mama nipples. What the hell? That hurts. Don't dig your nails in.
爪でいかないと滑っちゃうんだよ。男の乳首ってなんでこう小さいかね。
Ow! You're gonna tear it off. They're gonna fall off.
ほらほら逃げるな。
Then chased me down and pushed me against my bag when I tried to get away. Smush. Wonderful sensation touched my shoulders. Wanna call it quits?
そうだね。
She did a good job of washing my hair and my wound, but I shouldn't have expected anything else from Raina. You know what, fuck it, let's just do the other 3 as well while I'm at it. Let's finish it with Mina because I don't feel like finishing it with Jogosaki. The situation. This would effectively be her taking responsibility, so...
わかった。やるわよ。
No, it's not that. It seemed like Shogozaki had the same idea and chimed in first before I could get out a word in edgewise. Don't worry about it, I'll be fine on my own.
誰かいないと怪我が悪化するわ。
Yeah, but I've got her for that.
いまーす。
She doesn't care about stuff like that, and she'll be easier to use it on that front, so you don't need to go to the trouble.
簡単に使える呼ばわり。訴えたら勝てますわね。
まあ、キサキさんの方が確かに。
I read Kiseki for a second. God damn it! I've played too many of these games as of late! I'll have her do it then. Thanks in advance, Raina.
ういうい。簡単に使える女の恐ろしさを裸で思い知るがいい。
Then we get back to this scene, and then I go back here, and we'll choose Mina.
ロリコン。
Shut up.
ま、私でしょうね。
Mina seemed to be the least reserved person among them.
ええんかい王女様。あんた王女様なのに、年頃の異性と一緒のお風呂に。
構いませんわ。ゲローの一人や二人。
I'm sure.
でも、国に知れたら問題になるかも。ゲロー、この話、内密にしておきなさいな。
やっぱ問題だよね。シルビーも同性の私ん家に泊まるだけで手続きがどうのうるさいし。
沐浴を共にしたという状況が成立してしまいますものね。
By the way, what happened if Sochidesh found out?
悲しいことを想像させるんじゃございません。
What happened to me?
ほら、温まって体は先に自分で流してらっしゃい。準備ができたら私を呼ぶこと。
Sure. Raina have been the safer choice. So the blender was extremely grateful to get into a nice warm tub, and so after washing up, I hit my crotch and called for Mina. You can come in now! So it does change! Motherfucker! What's up?
いえ、裸ですのね。てっきり服もちゃんと全部着てから呼ばれると思ってま
You
した。
can't exactly wash his hair when he's fully clothed. Well, you can. You can. You just kind of like hang your head over a fucking tub. Huh?
下半身さえ隠してれば平気みたいな顔。受けて立ちますわ。これ式のことで動揺するカミナル・ル・プルテアではございませんことよ。
This motherfucker, this does mean I have to go back for Jogasaki now. Bitch! Counting on you. Turn my back to Mina. In this position, I couldn't see anything Mina was doing, but knowing her, I was sure she'd do an impressive job.
では、シャワー使いますわね。
Yep. She undid the shower stopper and checked the water temperature. Then she ran it along my back.
このくらいの暑さでよろしくて。
Perfect.
では、
Quickly enough, it poured down my neck and then moved to my hair.
結構がっちりしておりますのね。殿方の背中ってみんなこうなのかしら。
Don't be weird about it, Mina.
広くて。
Prod. Huh? Mina's hand touched my back, but her hand slipped. Oh, whatever. The warm water felt wonderful going through my hair, and I knew Mina was being mindful of my injury.
硬い。お姉様たち女性の背中とは全然違う。なぜかしら。触っていると安心感がありますわ。というか私、なぜ触ったのでしょう。別に触れる必要はなかったのに。ドキドキしますわ。
Mina?
なんですの私何もしておりませんわよ。
Yeah, I was wondering if something was up.
何かしろってことですの。何をしろと言うんですの。この背中に何か抱きついたりしていいんですの。
My hair's fine now, so you can wash near the wound.
そうでしたわね。何もしないのは変でしたわね。
The whole point of having her here was to wash my wound after all.
じゃあ行きますわ。染みますわよ。
Okay. Ah, it stings a lot!
染みるのは我慢なさい。怪我が治っている証拠ですわ。
Wrong. The itch is proof that it's healing. And by fucking god, it sucks. Softly rubbed around my wound and got the grime out. It was gentle, but still stung. Ow, 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 ow. Can't take it no more, Mina. Hurry up, finish up!
これ式のことで悲鳴をあげない。まったく情けないゲロウですわね。
I thought I was a goner. So, okay, no, I actually have to go back for Reina again. Unless, hold on. Did the saves in this game show you which routes you were on?
ここまでのことを記録するわね。
Based on that, I assume yes. So this is no route yet. We're still safe. I thought it was a goner.
だらしのない。背中はちょっと素敵でしたけど。
Ah, yes. The female Scott.
やっぱりあなたは私が手をかけてあげないと。
Can't refute that today. Mina was her usual self to the end. Actually, this does mean that I was up to par on Reina's, since it did end on the right? Now, I have to check.
やれって命令する？この状況で？
I'm not quite there yet. The blushes. Yeah, it did end here. So the only one I didn't go all the way to the fucking end was, of course, Ayaka's. Fuck off. Yep. Head into the bath. I was starting to feel anxious. I want to put Yokozaki out, nor could I have possibly asked her to join me in the bath. Reina was clearly the obvious choice, though I had a feeling she'd eventually tease me about something sooner or later. Washed up, then covered my waist. You can come in now! Reina responded. I didn't care if she saw my top ass, but that didn't make it any less embarrassing. But again, I probably didn't need to worry so much, given that Reina was practically one of the guys. Back at Hamanan, there had been times where I'd gone to the bathhouse with the baseball club tour. Why?
キサキさんはここでサプライズと言えと言っていましたけど、 茶番に付き合うつもりはないので省略しますね。
Right. Well, crap. Played right into Raina's mischievous hands. It's you.
もともと私がやるのが筋というものです。別にあなたの、素肌とか、全然ですし。
Sure. Found it difficult to turn her down when she was showing so much initiative. Guess I had no choice but to let her do it.
シャワーを。
Here you go. And her the shower head. She briskly took it from me and pointed at my back. Whoosh. Oh! Arched my back in surprise.
どうかしました？
Oh, it's freezing. I wasn't expecting it. Oh, she should know that I can take a bit for the warm water kick in. Why spray me out of nowhere like that?
すいません、間違えます。
Huh? What's wrong? Ah! That slipped, just as he said! She was referring to the towel that had once covered my crotch. Sorry!
いえ、こちらこそ失礼しました。
She had gone ridiculously flustered for a moment, but quickly got her head back on straight. Double checking the temperature of the water, she started spraying me down.
染みたら言ってください。
I will. She washed my body in here. Felt nice and warm. In contrast to the warm water, the mood was well below freezing. Chikazaki washed away the grime in my hair while avoiding my injury with mechanical precision. Here's the thing about when I had my wound back there. I was actively told to spray it with like a high-powered beam. I was not allowed to wash my hair though, while showering properly. Whenever I was showered, basically got out of the shower, then washed my hair over the bathtub. So none of the shampoo could get into the wound back there. But yeah, I was told like, so literally you just grab the shower head, you put it on a high pressure, put it on, basically turn it halfway up, make it warm, just like lukewarm, and you just go to town on it. Mechanical was the best way I could describe her sound precision. Given her personality, she wasn't the type to dwell on a single mistake for too long. She had no idea whether or not one mistake would even faze her. I'm certain she felt indifferent about the situation we were in now, as she was purely taking responsibility for what had happened. And what's inside her brain? She remained expressionless for some time now, almost as if it were normal. And the inside of her mind. Yep.
何あれ何なの？男の人のあれってあんな風なの？あんな形なの？もじゃもじゃしてて何なの？あれ？保険の授業で見た男性器とはだいぶ形が違う。ティール形を模したものとも。
Ha! Who would have figured that a dildo is fashioned after a penis? It's almost like it's meant to be inserted for the purpose of masturbation. Ayaka, you dumb bitch!
でも、すごく肉っぽいというか、人の体って感じで、今のは小さかったけど、どういう風に大きくなるのかしら。というか、一瞬のことすぎて、ちらっとしか。もう一回見えないかしら。
Fucking damn it! He's trying again! She wasn't talking at all.
タオルの向こう側に。
Ah! What's wrong?
いえ、なんです？
そっちこそ急に。
Oh, the hot water hit my wound.
ああ、そういうこと。すいません。長引かせすぎました。では、もう、傷のところを洗いますね。染みますから、痛いようなら言ってください。
Sure. I didn't really have a chance to ask why she yelled like that, but she quickly shifted gears and returned to washing my hair. She cleansed my wound as she regulated the water flow by hand. It was really starting to sting. The discomfort I felt was mild at best.
いかがです？
Fine, I don't really see this being an issue going forward.
見た感じにも塞がりかけていますので、かもしれませんね。
It ought to be fine for me to get in the bath alone tomorrow at the very least.
そうですか。何よりです。
Despite her time response, she didn't seem the least bit interested in either conversation. Didn't have any complaint given how good of a job she was doing, but the mood was still touchy. I wondered what was on her mind.
明日は一人で。ということは、見られるのは今日が最後。
Why is she so invested in this?
ってバカ！何を考えてるの私！だいたいこんな庶民のを見たからって何の意味もないわ。だから動揺する必要もない。
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the webcam, and just like for a second, out of the corner of my eye, my shirt looked orange, so I looked like a fucking inmate.
この人のお乳を見たからって
Chikazaki, I should be good to go now. Turn off the shower.
はい、そうですね。
After keeping silent the whole time, she returned to the nozzle and made a quick exit with a panicked look on her face. Whew. That was awkward.
お疲れ、あやかっち。
ちょっと長かったですわね。丁寧にやって差し上げたのなら何よりですけれど。
オーロのやつ、長湯でのぼせたりして。
そうなったら本末転倒ですわね。
あやかっち、中のオーロはどんな感じで？あやかっち？
のぼせてます？
Bold you to assume that I would actually fucking let her stay the final choice. We're going back to
やれ
Raina.
って命令する？この状況。
Oh, I was more supposed to be drinking, so hold on. Oh, this is the best after a bath.
やっぱりお風呂の後はコーヒー牛乳ですよね。
フルーツ牛乳でしょ。
レイナ先輩はコーヒー牛乳って言ってくれると思ってたんですけど。
コーヒー牛乳はもちろん最高だけどね。でもやっぱりお風呂の後はフルーツ牛乳っしょ。
コーヒー牛乳です。
フルーツ。
コーヒー。
Good boy.
何を飲んだんですの？
Yogurt milk. Felt refreshed in both body and mind. Nothing left to do. Chikazaki headed home.
やることがなければお早めにお休みなさいな。ゆっくり寝ることも傷の完治には効果的ですわ。
Yeah, will do. She's my mom. Not like I had anything else planned, but I was absolutely exhausted after all that studying, so I got ready for bed.
ゲロ、ちょっと質問なのですが、あなた、城ヶ崎さんとは何かございまして？
Like what? She posed that rather sudden, confusing question.
あなた、城ヶ崎さんには露骨に気を使っておられますでしょ？特に木崎さんとの扱いの違いが大きすぎますわ。お姉様やエロイナにも一切気遣いのできないあなたがあんな態度を変える。気になります。
She finally figured me out, huh? I'm sure that internally she probably assumed I just treated her like an ordinary classmate. It should be apparent something was up once she saw how differently I dealt with Raina, who was in the same position. There was no use in hiding it. Well, if I had to put it simply, I told her there have been a few complications in class. I was careful not to vilify her and withheld some of the more unreasonable complaints. I just wondered... I had to wonder just how much someone as intelligent as Mina had inferred.
あらあら、優等生綾香にそんな裏表が。なんだか寮で見る彼女とは随分とイメージが違いますわね。
Really? To me, it felt like she was more devious, conniving than it was under Sylvie's watchful gaze.
だって彼女、私がこの寮に入った時にも率先して寮内を案内してくれましたし。
It was a fairy tale I would never know.
まあ、あなたこの寮では一人男性で特殊な存在ですから、それで距離を持たれているのかもですけど。
That may have also been part of why she took such a scathing attitude here at the dorm. That in the day, I think commoners in general buggered to no end.
まあ、それはあるでしょうね。王族から言わせてもらえば、庶民の方というのは、それだけで扱いが難しいですもの。
You think so?
例えばあなた、お姉様とお知り合いになる前、お姫様といえばどんなイメージでした？
Let me think.
今日もいい天気だわ。小鳥さん、お花さん、ごきげんよう。
パンがなければお菓子を食べればいいですわ。貧乏人は麦を食べればよろしくてよ。
Okay, so she's the one who gets her head chopped off. Something like that.
お姉様と私の扱いの差が気になりますけど、まあそんなものでしょうね。ただ実際に接してみればイメージは変わったでしょ？
Yeah. At the end of the day, those princes were ordinary human beings. With their own unique personalities and idiosyncrasies. I saw them as individuals, nothing
で
more.
もそれはあなた一人のお話。日本の方の 99% はお姫様なんてものを知らず、私たちをそうしたイメージと結びつけて考えます。そして 99% のうち何人かはそのイメージの中にいる世間知らずで苦労知らずなお姫様に憎しみを抱き、さらにうち何人かはその憎しみを私たちに向けるのです。
That could happen, maybe. It wasn't just money either. There were plenty of prejudiced people in the world who criticized others based on trivial things like their blood type to what prefecture they were raised in. First, they often held arbitrary preconceptions of others. Second, they project those same preconceptions onto reality. Third, they assume that project the reality to be a legitimate one. It would be great if they realized at some point along the way that they were a slave to their own wild imaginations, but everyone fell victim to it at least once in their lives, and I was no exception. I was a commoner. As a commoner, it was rare to run into or come into contact with someone who was well off. It was normal to create all sorts of arbitrary notions about people you've never met, especially if you've never gotten to hang out with a bunch of princesses or rich girls. Surely a rich person would eventually interact with someone with those conveniently misplaced impressions, right?
まあそんなのはほんの一握りですけれどね。その一握りによろしくないタイミングで触れたら、それだけで庶民というものに嫌気がさす方もいますわ。彼女はそれなのではないでしょうか。何か理由があって庶民というのを遠ざけたいのでは。
You think so? She was right. If that were the case, then I've been wrong about Yowazaki from the start. Without it, we could get along regardless of the reason, but it certainly piqued my interest. I'd take a good look at myself then. I had a few biases of my own against upper-class girls. It felt like they looked down on me because they're rich. It's just assume it was inevitable I would wind up with that conception. It wouldn't be fair of me to project those feelings onto someone in real life without giving them a chance to show me who they really were first. I felt remorse. That's right, just because someone's rich doesn't mean they're looking down on me.
いいえ、まあ、お金持ちに生まれたというだけで庶民を見下す方は。
庶民とは自分たち金持ちより劣った存在というイメージを持っていて、それを死ぬまで現実に投影して生きていく貴族もいっぱいいますわ。
So in the end, everyone's a problem. Exactly. So both sides are just as guilty. Commoners weren't the only ones who had arbitrary impressions, huh?
ただそうではない方もいる。私やもちろんお姉様、この世にもたくさん。城ヶ崎さんは私たち側だと思いますわ。イメージでなく現実を見て判断していると。
I see. So there might still be an opportunity where we could talk. Well, I think of it when I think of that way, I really have been blessed.
どうして？
Because if Sylvia had, been the sort of person who'd been influenced by preconceptions, I now would have been invited to the school. It was a lucky break.
かもしれませんわね。まあ我々王族はそうした偏見を持たないようお姉様の場合は特に、そもそも庶民に対するイメージそのものが最初から好意的でしたわ。10年前の庶民と遊んだ記憶が素晴らしいものだったとかで。
Got
銀色
another
ラブリッ
day!
ジゴールデンタイム。
先輩、私、寂しいんです。
He won't join you in radio calisthenics. He has a wound. Akane.
すいません。こんなこと、今言ってもどうしようもないのに。でも、なんだか寂しくて、やっぱり、先輩にはそばにいてほしいなって。
Got it. If I can be of help, I'll be there.
というわけで、今日もラジオ体操です。
Okay. I'm sleepy.
でも、やっぱり寂しいですね。今日の参加、先輩も入れてたったの5人ですよ。
Yeah, a lot of people have already gone home. Numbers were irrelevant when it came to calisthenics themselves, but it did make me feel lonesome at a glance. Akane was deflated. Why don't we invite someone new?
誰かいます？ちなみに、例の先輩は絶対拒否だそうです。
Yeah, there's no way we could wake her up for something like this. Yeah, it was a no-go for the same reason. Heck, Akane would probably be scared stiff if she showed up. And very few contacts I could reach out to at the dorm about this, which left... Mina, are you awake?
ゲロー、ちょっとお待ちなさいな。
I suspected Mina replied when I knocked on the door across the hall from mine and I could hear sounds rustling from inside.
おはようございます。何でしょう？
Mina looked a bit sweaty. Morning, you're sweating?
朝のストレッチをしていたところですの。冬の朝はこれをしないと動きが硬くなりますわ。
She deftly crossed her hands behind her back.
神なるさん、誘うまでもなくやってるんですよね。朝の体操。
Not easygoing radio calisthenics either, but legitimate stretches. Radio calisthenics would be way too lackluster for a top-form prima donna like Mina. But when we explained what was going on...
なら人数がいた方が良いやもしれませんわね。私も参加しますわ。いいん
ですか？
日本文化に触れるのは何でも楽しいものです。
She nodded with a sweet smile. What a great girl.
でも人数が欲しいならまだまだ。あ、そうだ。あの方などいかがです？ラジオ体操？
Oh, what do you think? Considering how Mina acted yesterday, I could more than picture how this would turn out. Because setting aside how it would come about, it was a given as long as she was invited in Mina's presence. While her answer was obvious, Yukazaki clearly looked less than pleased. Since my head was still bandaged up, it would be tricky for her to harshly turn us down, so after a momentary loss of words...
やりませんか、先輩？朝から気持ちいいですよ。
はあ。
やりましょうよ。冬こそ朝はバーニングです。ね？
Ah, she caught her! That innocent yet borderline overbearing Wayakane begged to put the final nail in the Jogasaki coffin. When she invoked it, she found it impossible to evade.
わかりました。言っておくけれど、隅っこでやりますからね。
ご一緒できて嬉しいです。
Smile. Jogasaki couldn't counter Akane's pure and genuine smile and looked a bit troubled by that realization. I guess deep down she did have some good in her.
はい、じゃあ、始めるよ。1、2、3、4。
なかなか理にかなった動きですわね。5、6、7、8。
The underclassmen were spirited. I was the same as ever myself, but... One particular person among the group was behaving rather strangely.
早か。ずれてるよ。周り見て。
わかってます。5、6、7、あれ？なんです、その目は。
Nothing. Didn't mean to stare. She zeroed in on me.
私の動きに何か文句でも？
Not at all. Her choppy dance movements would have made for a great dance sequence for a robot. I knew what this was. It had to be a case of...
彩香はほんと運動音痴だね。
久しぶりだから混乱するだけです。
Jogasaki looked displeased as she stiffly raised her arm. Whether she was frazzled or otherwise, radio calisthenics were just a repetition of 4 sets of exercises. This was Mina's first session and she was doing quite well. Theoretically, a novice like Jogasaki could succeed if she just imitated our movements.
あれ？なんですその目は。
Nothing really. It was kind of charming. Despite how often I stared at her, Jogasaki kept at it with a sour look on
はい、
her face.
最後、深呼吸。1、2、5、6、7、8。
Yet the only part she did well was the deep breathing exercises. Must be all the sighing she does.
お疲れ様でした、先輩。
It's nice and chilly out, so those deep breaths really cool you down from the inside. Well, he was quite brisk out today.
ですね。慣れてくると温度の測定まで。ラジオ体操、侮れませんわね。
Mina had excellent sense.
お疲れ様でした。どうですか、城ヶ崎先輩。バーニングしてきました？
ええ、寝起きの良い運動でした。なんですその、こいつの弱点見つけたぜうっしっしって顔は。
Ignoring that laugh for a second, I'll be honest. Discovering your weak spot feels great.
下世ね。
Jogasaki whipped her head away. Seeing a robot dance earlier, this gesture of hers actually seemed cute. I was a little worried seeing how your reflexes are practically non-existent. You didn't hurt yourself, right?
怪我は特には。運動神経がないからって怪我することなんてあります？
It happens all the time. Major injuries due to a lack of rhythm. I've seen it on people in sports clubs over the years with little to no reflexes who got hurt over something small and insignificant. There had been instances of people twisting their legs from a tiny jump, spraining a ligament through basic dance moves and so on. Again, those with slow reflexes didn't play sports much in the first place, so the number of injuries was
お
quite
姫
low.
ちゃんはラジオ体操以外でどんなことしてるんだい？
柔軟が主ですわ。こんな感じ。
Mina plopped forward and placed both of her hands against the ground.
なんですかその目。
Are you flexible? This was me harping on some more about injuries, but reflexes were connected with how easily one got hurt. But flexibility would determine the extent of the injury. As long as you were flexible, even if you got hurt easily, you'd just find it mildly painful and get off without any huge injuries.
柔軟なら人並みにできます。バカにしているんですか？
Jogasaki shrugged, seemingly exasperated.
ほら。
She jerked her body downward. Touch fingertips reached the ground. She wasn't as good as it She wasn't as good at it as Mina, but her fingers did reach sufficiently enough. But, Tokozaki, your knees are bent.
Huh?
You do forward stretches with your legs stretched out straight.
わかっています、そんなこと。本当に失礼な人だわ。こうでしょ
She put her fingers back to the ground. Her knees were bent pretty sharply. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's just an ordinary crouch start.
嘘。あれ
Tokozaki tried all over again to keep her knees straight. But she just wound up wiggling her butt without successfully stretching anything. Not gonna lie, that was kinda hot.
柔軟、やってみます
Oh, yikes.
何がやばいんです
Tokozaki may be as stiff as a board, but being inflexible won't kill her. If you try to destroy your joints, I'm gonna stop you.
破壊人様をグラップラーみたく言うのはおよしをそませ。なんで私が関節を破壊するんですの
Rain had fallen victim to it last time around. Mina's flexibility was on a level that would be astonishing for a rhythmic gymnast, as she'd like to show off earlier, but Mina used her own abilities as a baseline, and those unrealistic expectations made her a poor instructor. Mina looked down and sulked at the open attempt to drive her away.
でも、城ヶ崎先輩、ストレッチは確かに大切だと思います。
Akane suddenly intervened.
そうは言われても、おかしいわね。私、本当に足伸びてないかしら。
ないです。
Given who she was, she ought to be familiar with how flexible sports club members were and take a good long look for herself.
ですね、そもそも怪我をしないための柔軟性は前屈をはじめとした大腿筋のものより。
I know for a fact that I cannot reach the ground if I were to try this. Like, I'm terrible with that kind of stuff. Actually, now I'm kind of fucking curious. Hold on. I will tell you the results. I'll do it a fucking off screen now. Roughly 4 to 5 centimeters off the ground, I guess. Like I said, I'm not good at these. Then again, I am one to like give up early when it comes to these stretches. I just said like, it's becoming mildly uncomfortable. I'm gonna stop now.
ふむふむ。というわけで、ゆっくりでもいいので、筋肉の可動域が広がれば、怪我しないのには十分で。
なるほど。
Was the abundance of flexibility and knowledge you'd expect from someone on the track club. Kazaki seemed appreciative of Akane's advice. She has to be a dark type. She had to be a dark type, so maybe she was weak to the light type like Akane.
例えば、一番有名なのがこれですね。アキレス腱。
ああ、それなら体育でもやるわね。
Whoops. The two of them started some simple warm-up exercises. They spread their legs and stretched their Achilles tendons. Even Jogozaki could handle this much with ease.
他にも、例えば、ちょっと背中を向けてください。
ええ。
Flowing transition into other stretches. I feel like this CG was intentionally censored a bit. I don't know, it just looks that way to me.
サポート側がほぼ負担するから簡単なんです。簡単って、背中、お腹が。どうですか？背筋が伸びて体も伸びて、体の芯からバーニングしてきませんか？あなたさっきから当たり前のように言ってるけど、私、バーニングの意味がよくわかってないのよ。あと10秒、頑張ってください。
なんだかんだ仲良しさんですわね。
Let's have good
言っ
chemistry.
たでしょ？城ヶ崎さんはほとんどの方と相性よく仲良くやっておられますわ。あなただってできない理由はございません。
was like I didn't understand what she was getting at. It wasn't, but there's a difference in her attitude. As I thought it
お姫ちゃん
over.
お姫ちゃん、さっきのもう一回見せてくれるかい？
足が180度以上行くの？すごいね、神ちゃん。180くらい楽勝ですわ。一流のプリマは270度からの世界ですことよ。
You know, went off on an entirely different tangent.
もう無理、もう無理。
次は下半身のストレッチです。
ちょっと休ませて。
They seem to be getting along well. It was a pretty fun one.
すごい神ちゃん。まだまだ曲がりますわよ。これで260度。そしてこれで200。
Mina!
神ニャンの股間が大変だ。
誤解を招く表現はやめなさい。ももの関節を痛めただけです。
カミナル様、搬送します。ストレッチャーへ。
ご苦労ですわ。
大丈夫かい神ニャン、諦めちゃいけない。君の股はまだ裂けてない。処女膜はまだ生きてる。処女膜を信じて。
トラスト処女膜。
神なる様、やはりこの寮に投留なさるのは問題かと。
今はノーコメントです。ゲロ。
Yes.
私、今日は帰れそうにありません。お勉強、千ヶ崎さんに見てもらってくださいまし。
Unexpected development had suddenly arisen. Still, I couldn't complain. Couldn't be unreasonable and never suggest she would stick around. Got it, I'll do it. So hurry off to the you hurry off to the hospital. Aiming forever.
おだまり
From there, the helicopter carrying Mina took off.
王女に生まれついた神ニャンの人生で、フォーエバー処女膜と言われ送り出される機会なんて、この先あと何回あるかな。
Don't you think this is a world's first princess or not?
あと細かいけど、お姫様がフォーエバー処女膜だと困っちゃうよね。
ですよね、うししし。
わからないか。わからないままの茜ちんでいてね。
Forever is just for emphasis.
にしても、英語力に問題があるわ。みっちり教えて差し上げます。
Fine. Looked like it would be a rough day ahead. Well, the academy didn't have English lessons. It was presumed that the students here could speak English, so it was not necessary to teach. However, there were foreign exchange lectures. Many English assignments they did hand out included
日記です。
I'm at elementary school.
内容は小学生並みでいいと思いますよ。今日はお祭りに行きました。楽しかった。程度で。冬休み中に1日、なんかイベントのあった日に焦点を当てて日記を書いてもらいます。ただし、日本語以外で。まあ、本来ならクリスマスかお正月に焦点を持っていくのでしょうけど、神成さんもおっしゃってたし、今日中に終わらせましょうか。
Wrote in my journal in English. This was rough. Yep, rough. Translating everything word one by one into English was out of the question, and writing with the same sort of context as in textbooks wasn't right either. It was an assignment that was hopeless without a knack for colloquial speech of sort. I did give writing a shot last night, actually.
あら、手早いんですね。どれどれ？
Have her read what I'd written.
ふむふむ。あなた、いつから子供がいたんです？
Is that hopeless?
あなたが8歳の子供と別れた夫のいるシングルマザーで、今日は子供の発表会の日なので、車で送り届けようとしているなら、これでいいと思います。何の映画のシナリオ部分をコピーペーストしたので？
No idea. I saw it somewhere online.
まあ、最悪あなたが子持ちシングルマザーだったとして、この日を日記にするならせめて、発表会の内容に焦点を当てるべきかと。
I think the kid gets kidnapped, but the recital itself never comes on up in the script. Script rejected. I swear English is impossible.
別にこの課題は英語に絞っているわけではありませんよ。日本語でなければいいんです。あなた、中国語は？
にハオ、我愛你。
フランス語。
Bonjour, je t'aime。
イタリア語。
Buonasera tutti。
ロシア語。
Zdravствуйте! Тебя люблю! I fucking know how to pronounce any of this.
なんで全部、やあ、愛してるばっかりなのよ。
This was a lost cause! If there's anything I can write, I guess English really might be it.
私が遂行を手伝いますから、とりあえず日記の内容を書いてください。言語を直すのはそれからです。
Right. But again, it was a major pain to write a journal on the second day of winter break. Oh, well, it's not like any of it mattered. I could write about what happened the other day during the big cleanup session. I did homework on my room, I helped clean the dorm, and fell off a chair and hurt myself. A girl nearby felt it was her duty to me to the hospital. Well, there was some tension. I was surprised by her sense of responsibility. Maybe we could get off better in the future, so I wrote something like this. Oh, it was a little late for this, but was it weird to have the person I wrote about read this?
責任感は持っていて当然のものです。これで感心されるというのは逆に失礼です。
Sure. Well, Scott, like, you can just straight up say, like, I mean, it is, considering that I'm under the impression that you hate my guts.
あとその、椅子から落ちるところ、私が原因である旨が書いてありません。こういう気の使われ方も気に入らないわ。
He wasn't even the one who fell from the chair. You were, and he caught you.
あと、この友達になれそうというのは、その...
Joazaki, what I wrote doesn't really matter, does it?
まあ、そうですけど。
I had bent the truth a little, but there was no need for me to deliberately tell the teacher a stubborn woman fell off her chair and I got hurt protecting her. Instigating a friendship with her was the theme of the latter half, so I wrapped it up by saying we could be friends. So wrapping it up by saying we could be friends was a nice touch.
まあ、内容はどうでもいいです。文章を英訳するコツですけど。
Then, just as we went into our study session... Oh, hey. Rhea came in mumbling and looked like she just rolled out of bed. Was it normal for her to wake up at 9:30 in the morning?
あのさ、年末だから冷蔵庫整理しててさ、お前朝飯を。あれ？
Fuck.
「今日もいんのか、朝早くから。何してんの？
言ったでしょ、課題を見ているって。あなた、今だいぶ慣れた様子で入ってきたわね。何？そんなに市松さんの部屋にはよく来るの？
Yokazaki was getting huffy. I'd heard they attended the same middle school as them and were quite close.
俺がどこに行こうが来ようが勝手だろ。課題、何してんの？
English at the moment? Oh yeah, Rhea, what about your homework?
I am studies, no thank you.
You're hopeless. I'd imagine she was exempt from her studies due to her achievements as Maria Bishop. So, what did you want? Although I couldn't convince her to stay, she agreed to stay and proved to be a great buffer between Chokozaki and me.
朝飯もう食った？まだなら俺が作ってやろうと思って。
You're cooking?
まあ、そうなるな。
Whoa, hang on a second. What's up with treating me to breakfast?
お前にはよくアイスとかラムネとかごちそうになってるし、たまにはよくしねえとな。あのね、あんまり上手にできないけど、リア、いっぱい頑張って作るから。
You can't cook for shit, can you?
食べてくれる？
Of course I will!
はーい。あなたたち、どういうことそれ？どういう関係？
So you're trying to polish off your stockpile of frozen food?
うん。
What do you have?
ピザとかうどんとか、あと小籠包が大量に。
あ、冷凍の話。
当たり前だろ。そもそもこの量各部屋では夏季厳禁だからまともな料理できねえじゃん。
Imagine anything you actually cook from scratch will come out an ugly burned mess.
そうそう、昔はよくカレー焦がしたっけ。今どんなもんか見せたことねえよな。どういうイメージだ？あ？
Sorry. By the way, Ramen said, I don't remember ever treating you to ice cream. You were the one who ate my Ramondo ice cream.
ごめん。うまそうだったからつい。
少なくとも仲良さそうなのは間違いないわね。
Man, you got in the way of the ultimate combination. Ice cream after a winter's bath.
その分今日お返しするって。
Raina briefly stepped out to go back to her room. She returned moments later with a pile of containers. Since I only ever ate light breakfasts anyway, I turned it to a spontaneous frozen food party.
いろいろ買ってるわよね。
冷食業界は日進月歩だからな。同じメニュー同じ会社でもグレードアップが早いし。全部試そうとするといつの間にか冷凍庫がえらいことになる。
全部試そうとしなければいいじゃない。こんなの不摂生だわ。栄養面がすごく偏りそう。
いや、野菜もすげえ食ってるぞ。これ見ろ。なんと具まで入った醤油ラーメンが冷食にある。
Ah, they've got stuff like this these days.
凍らせた時点で栄養素がだいぶ逃げるの。第一足りてないわ。ほとんど炭水化物じゃない。
I was being awfully naggy all of a sudden.
ケータリングで注文すればいいじゃない。
The home was packed to the gills with rich girls, and there were no strangers to getting food delivered from specialized vendors at all hours of the day. It meant you could get your hands on a decent meal in spite of the open flame ban. I've been ordering a lot myself recently, but...
あれ時間帯が決まってるからめんどくせえんだよ。頼んじゃうと来た時間に絶対起こされるし。
Not a good match since you prefer sleepover food, huh? Most businesses were quite punctual and delivered on time, so she'd have to get up there either way. Not a great fit for her, considering she slept around the clock.
まったくもう、体壊すわよ。ただでさえ強い体じゃないんだから。
栄養素はサプリで補給してるよ。飯ってそもそも興味ねえし。
This topic was complicated. Chokozaki was well within her right to be considered due to Ria's weak constitution. Ria's poor sense of taste made it difficult for her to enjoy food as much as a normal, healthy person would, and we weren't about to force her. An indescribable mood had set in. Gotta think of it.
小籠包は丸ごと食べるんじゃなくて、スプーンの上で割ってスープから飲むの。
わかってます。
As we ate the food Ria made for us, Chokozaki, you know about Ria's illness, right?
というか、あなたも知ってるんですね。
Sylvie told me. I'd heard you two were close, but I didn't know to what extent. We never talked about her illness and did everything she could to keep it a secret even from me. Shogasaki now.
こいつに関してはしゃあねえわ。
マリアのスケジュール配分は体調に合わせて行わなきゃいけないもの。
I see. Brush it off, but that bugged me. You know about Maria too? Crossed my mind, but more than that. Lay out Maria's schedule.
何この唐揚げ、サクサクしてる。すげえよな。冷凍食品なのに衣がサクサクって。
さすがに揚げたてみたいなパリサク感はないけど、もう冷食ってここまで来ているのね。
You're Maria's producer?
言ってなかったっけ？
まあ、人に言うのもはばかられますが、いかにも、この日本において最後の歌姫と称されるマリア・ビショップを見出し、仕掛けたのは私です。
Kidding.
まあ、見出しただけで、プロムは龍造寺、マネージメントは名取さんにお任せしてますけど。
でもお前がいなきゃマリア・ビショップが存在しないのは確かだ。めんどくせえことしてくれやがって。
お礼の言葉と受け取っておくわ。
What? What? It shocked me when I found out Maria was Maria too, but it was startling too. Come on, you've got to be kidding me.
はい、今日の冷凍食品教室終わり。
ちょっと食べすぎ。
夕飯用にチャーハンとマルゲリータを置いていこう。じゃあな。俺は寝るからうるさくすんなよ。
食べてすぐ寝る。ほんと健康って言葉と正反対ね。まあいいわ。それじゃあ市松さん、課題の続き。なんですその顔。
Nothing at all, Chokozaki.
さん
I'm just so happy to think you're helping me with the homework, Chokozaki. I'm overjoyed.
うわ。
I'm happy as can be. Her face was somber. You think I'm creepy, don't you?
どちらかというと、怖い。
Okay, I'll stop. That's how I've been feeling, though. The goodwill I had for you practically skyrocketed. Up until now, if some crazy person attacked the dorm and threatened to kill everyone unless we offered up a sacrifice, I would have picked you in a heartbeat. I've had a change of heart recently, though.
そうですか。何よりです。私が同じ状況なら、真っ先にあなたを選びますが。
And I never would have thought you'd be the first person to discover Maria's talent. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't have been a Maria Bishop.
まあ、そうですね。
Cannot tell you how grateful I am.
あなたなんかに感謝されたところでどうとも思いませんが、我ながら人を見る目に自信がついたのは確かです。
Chokozaki grinned. Never seen her look so triumphant. Did you pick out her hairstyle?
ええ。と言っても、リアが表に出るなら最低限変装させろというので始めたことですが、黒髪ロングが似合うと言ったのは私です。
Grin. Which of you comes up with the song?
作曲は彼女。ただし、彼女の歌唱力を最大限に活かせるよう音階を指示して編曲。私です。
Grin. Interesting. You know that's amazing.
誤解を恐れず言うならば、マリア・ビショップというキャラクターは、リアと私が共同で作り上げた偶像と言えるやもしれません。
She really did all that. It was coming from her mouth, and I doubt if she was exaggerating. That thought ran through my mind.
まあ、作り上げたはいいものの、本格的にプロモートを始める前に、動画投稿サイトで勝手に人気が出ちゃったんですけど。
She sounded a little disappointed. Yeah, everyone was talking about her.
ネット媒体の情報拡散スピードを甘く見ていました。
So was it so extreme that even the daughter of a TV executive didn't see it coming?
ええ。
She really took off in America and the UK especially.
私が見つけて、温めて、ようやく返したヒナだったのに、あっという間に飛び立ってしまったわ。
seemed to bother her and she looked downward. Seemed to be some drama between her and Ria, but judging by the gloomy look on her face, it wasn't really my place to ask. On another note, her producer, is there like some sort of secret or inside story to the birth of Maria?
裏話
Spill what's behind that mysterious charismatic face.
まあ一番は裏じゃパツキンでタバコ吸って学校サボり魔という点ですが、それ以外も聞きたいですか？
Shiozaki smirked. That smirk suggested that she was in an oddly chatty mood. The murky expression she wore earlier had vanished. I do. I'd love to ask about all of it. That Shiozaki started to tell me all about her and Ria's time in middle school together. She was convinced Ria could be a star after hearing her sing, recorded her on a whim, and uploaded the audio clip online without her consent. Believing she would boost Maria's popularity even more, Shiozaki shared news of Sylvie's recent accomplishments as a pianist, thus piquing Ria's interest, and convinced her to upload videos of her talents on social media. Shiozaki continued her story, adding that she later rented a studio for Ria to undergo proper vocal training. It's worth noting that she was grinning from ear to ear when she shared that part. It was nothing short of entertaining while Shiozaki shared how Maria Bishop came into be.
というわけで、ノーブル学園を選んだのは私の。
That said, sitting here engaged in idle chat with Shiozaki Ayaka, there was no way the situation was real, right? Now I'm in huge trouble since I made zero progress on the home.
ああ、もうそこの問題違う！さっき教えた通りにやってください！
Shiozaki and I returned to my studies around sunset after talking about Maria Bishop for most of the day. We'd wasted what little time we had left on talking, and were quickly approaching my deadline.
だから違う！私の話聞いてらして！
Shiozaki grew increasingly strict the less time we had. She'd been a calm and helpful tutor up until this morning, but she was shouting a ton, almost like Mina.
よろしくてゲロ。私は確かによく怒鳴りますが、怒鳴る、叱るというのは、そうすることであなたならできるはずという思いがあるからです。でなければ、無駄に感情的になったりしません。
Makes sense. So all that yelling means you care about me?
多いというほどじゃありませんわ。お調子に乗らないで。
Darn.
どうかされました？
No, nothing.
違う！説明をよく読んで！
お昼は静かだった先輩たちの部屋から、神なるさんにも匹敵する土星が。大丈夫でしょうか、レイナ先輩。これ、喧嘩とかじゃ。
いやいや、これはいい流れってやつだよ。オーラも随分苦労してきたけど、いよいよ最後の一人を落とせそうだね。
Wait. Whoops, fuck. Like, it shouldn't... This has to still be the common route, because if the route choice was the fucking shower thing, that would have meant Reina. Reina would have been the choice for the previous routes, while the other two would be their routes. But I went for Reina, and all this interaction with Ayaka would imply Ayaka route, which clearly I did not fucking go for. It's over! We both nearly crumpled down beside the desk.
今何時です？
11:30. I didn't know people were capable of studying this late.
軽めの一夜漬けになってしまいましたね。
I was bait.
疲れた。
We started too late, and it was inching closer to midnight. Thank you, Shiozaki. We saw a match to finish within a day.
お気になさらず。でもこれで、その傷のことはもういいっこなしで。
Yeah, that was always the plan. My brain had been running on full tilt, and I was left feeling semi-lethargic. Kusaki let out a tiny yawn. He must be sleepy.
思った以上に頭を使っていたようですね。
Although it was late, it was only a little after 11. We were, after all, residents of the Goody Two-Shoes Noble Academy dormitory. So the people that would get up at 6 every morning and do radio calisthenics. 11 o'clock, what's the time of day where you should be fiddling around with your phone in bed? The brain craved a rest after all that studying. Also, sounds like you're hungry.
湿気。
We hadn't eaten dinner. Quickly realized neither of us had eaten anything since that frozen food party earlier that morning. Gone almost 14 hours without eating. Want something to eat?
そうしたいところですが、もう外は開いていません。
Cafe and convenience store had closed some time
お
ago.
隣には冷凍食品の王国があると聞きますが、この時間に行くと噛みつかれるでしょうし。ま、部屋に帰ればのど飴なりチョコレートなり。
She immediately jumped to settling the issue with sugar content, huh? But, oh, don't you know Ria may have a mountain of frozen food? But you're sitting right next to the kingdom of instant food.
あら。
I opened up the box of cup noodles I'd stocked up on. There was no chance we would get delivery at this time of night, much less during the last week of the year. So I made sure to stock up on certain foods at the start of December.
温かい食べ物。
Ramen's the best when it's cold out. Not sure anything with sugar would satisfy our hunger, but what our belly wanted right now had to be actual food. With how cold it was today, something like a hot soup would be better for her. Cup noodles were the best choice.
ですが、そんな、ご迷惑をかけるわけには。
We're obviously putting each other out, so what flavor?
味噌。
You know your stuff. Miso's perfect in the winter. Put water in the jar and got some hot water ready.
ありがとう。
This is the best during winter.
同感です。
We set our bowls beside each other.
よろしかったのですか？一つしかない味噌、私がいただいてしまって。
That's fine. I was planning on the fatty chicken broth flavor anyway. Oh, man. Oh, it tastes great. Really hit the spot. I hadn't noticed it after being cooped up all day, but I was really cold. I neglected to switch the thermostat to heat earlier that afternoon, and the temperature quickly fell as the day wore on. It only made warm food all the more delicious. And then... Slurp. Zaki's eating beside me. What's the deal with the Rossism? Why she bundled the noodles together and slurped them into her mouth, then proceeded to drink the remaining soup in a single motion with flushed cheeks. I think I now understood why there always seemed to be a demand for beautiful girls making an old face while they ate. How should I put this? She looked really sexy. A beautiful woman eating ramen would just be charming on its own, but there's something oddly provocative about everything she did.
なんです？じっと見て。
Nothing. I was gonna make things weird if I kept looking, so I turned my attention back to my noodles. Kinda surprised, Yukazaki, you're able to eat noodles like this, like the rest of us.
食えるとは？
Figured you'd be the type to say something like common food like this doesn't suit my palate. Toss.
好意で渡されたものをポイって、頭おかしいでしょ。しないわよ、そんなこと。
Although she wasn't being rude, it felt tempted to say I bet she would. Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut. Actually, even knew how to make it. Do we eat stuff like this in private? When she made it, she'd separated the seasonings that went in before and after cooking, like second nature, and warmed up the oil-based flavor in the lid. Like she was used to it. It wouldn't go that far, but she had to be more familiar with how to make it.
プライベートでは食べないわ。ただ中学の頃、リアに付き合って何度か。
Queen of the frozen foods was well versed in cup noodles.
歌の練習でスタジオを取ってあげていたのだけど、練習終わりにあの子がよくお腹空いたって。で、 近くのコンビニで。最近のコンビニ、イートインできるでしょ？
Wow. We're exactly prevalent in our local tiny city, but some convenience stores with floor space would put out 5 or so seats for eating in the store. It gave me the impression they were more frequently used by truck drivers and the like. You're at a place like that, huh?
言うんじゃなかったわ。恥ずかしい。
It might even be unusual for middle school girls to use. This may have gotten me genuinely curious about her and Ria back in their middle school days. As well ask Ria sometime. I doubt Shiozaki would tell me even if I asked.
買い食いというのも、あれが最初で最後だったわ。
She whispered too quietly for me to hear. It's bad to ask what she'd said, but she'd already turned her attention back to her ramen.
熱い。
She looked like she'd warmed up plenty. She wiped sweat off her forehead. That was kind of hot. This woman, when it's all like this, yeah, that's how it was. Why, this was still Torozaki. I knew she was my nemesis, but it opened up to her during the Maria-related conversation earlier that morning, and then she helped me out for hours on my homework, and now we were casually eating ramen together. This was nice. Yeah. Seeing Torozaki as my enemy was nice. Since my dormitory lifestyle, being surrounded by all sorts of gorgeous women all the time, she really was a step above the rest. She took out her handkerchief and wiped away the sweat on her throat. Everything she did was sexy. Knock it off me. Seriously, don't look at her that way. This has to be, you know what? Because I was pent up. It's been 3 days since I last jerked off. Mostly due to Mina being around constantly when helping out with my homework. Yeah, that's why. That explains why I was so horny. If you're getting warm, I have cold options. There's ramen and ice cream too.
あら。じゃあ遠慮なく。
Just recommended it as a way to make conversation, but it seemed I wasn't the only one who felt like the mood was different today. Shizaki accepted surprisingly casually, like it was only natural. She took the ramen and started to drink.
ありがとう、市松さん。
Sure. The best way I could describe it is... She was making herself at home. The Yukazaki Ayaka was making herself at home in my room, along with me. This was one insane situation. That was just how massive a sense of accomplishment finishing off my homework gave, I guess. You should actually be the one to come out and say this formally. Thank you for helping me with my homework, Chokosaki.
いえ。
Surprisingly gentle mood. Would have thought this was possible with her. 3 months had passed since I transferred to Noble Academy. This was the night I resolved my final hang-up. There she fucking goes.
金色ラブリッジェ、ゴールデンタイム。
The second, 22nd. Not the second time. 22nd. Bad. Did you fucking fall asleep in his room? I've been going for 4.5 hours. Fucking might as well go up to 5. I'm going to take a quick pee break. Be right back. Jesus fucking Christ, that took longer than expected. Oh, fuck. So yeah, now it's gonna be fun because I'm now recording against the clock because I've taken a double dose of melatonin before coming down here. So that'll be fun if I take any longer than that. Anyways.
あら、私、どうして着替えもせずに寝ていたのかしら。あ、そうだ。市松さんにラーメンごちそうになって、満腹で油断したわ。私としたことが。まあ、でも、ラーメン美味しかったし、彼も悪い人じゃないのかも。ところで、ここ、どう見ても私の部屋じゃないですよね。彼の部屋ですよね。というか、どういうこと
What? I expected him to like sleep on the couch while she's on the bed. Nah. Fuck. could use that just confuse people.
どうして私、市松さんの部屋でベッドでというか、どうして彼が私を抱いて。
Yeah, get your big girls to sleep by yourself.
寝てる。落ち着いて私。この城ヶ崎彩香にパニックはありません。
Actually, use panic a surprising amount.
素数を数えて落ち着くんです。3.1415。
That's 5.
どうやらいつの間にかどちらも眠ってしまったようですね。淑女を部屋にあげておいて一緒のベッドでなんて、全く庶民は礼儀がなってないわ。ってことは殿方のベッドで気を抜いた時点で私に言えることじゃありませんね。とにかく逃げなくては。なるべく彼を起こさないように。
I was urge waking up. Something jostled me. I didn't want to open my eyes. I was sleeping. My brain was eager for some shit I after all that homework. Don't move me. Squeeze.
暴れるともっと強くギュッてされちゃう。隙を伺いましょう。向こうが力を抜いた時にこうスルーッと出れば。
Slide. Huh? I just hear something. The radio was awake next door. Oh, I better get some sleep.
Bed から落ちた。おかげで気づかれなかったみたい。助かった。早く部屋に戻りたい。シャワー浴びて寝たい。
おはようございます、先輩。
Yeah, I'm running out, kinda.
おはようございます
What's wrong?
いえ、ラジオ体操ですので、はい。
Did you accidentally pull down his pants when she fled? She bolted, still looking drowsy. Oh no, what was out there? She was one with energy to spare. I guess there was nothing new about her being lively. Time to get up. Well, morning what has gotten intense, more intense than usual. Oh yeah, should have rubbed one out last night. Why gonna? Nah, I was sure she hadn't noticed. Nah, she had absolutely noticed. My head wound has healed up, and there was no need to bandage it this morning. And perfectly timed to my homework being all wrapped up too. That my ordinary winter break was officially underway, but... I'm exhausted.
何かあったんですか？
Just some stuff with Joisaki. I regret that late night cup of ramen too. Gave me some mild indigestion.
城ヶ崎先輩とですか？あ、今日も先輩のこと誘っちゃっていいんですかね？
Nah, why not? A bit. She's tired too, though. She seemed like she kept an orderly schedule, so I doubted she'd complain. After everything that happened yesterday, I felt like I could get along with her too. We headed up to the second floor to wake her.
すいません。今日は体調が悪いのでやめておきます。
体調不良、大丈夫ですか？
ただの寝不足ですから。ゆうべ2時間ほどしか眠れていなくて。
Oh, you were heading to books all night?
夜更かしというか、夜が明けるまで。
What? There was an awful lot of women screaming around me today.
別に夜更かしなんてしていません。夜が明けるまでなんてしていません。
So we do know that us hitting the books is code words for good old muffin man mushing.
そんな、ほんの11回ほど
Yeah, 11 times. 11 times? Do what?
そんなには、してないし。あなたなんてたった5回で、6回はいつかをもってしたんですからね。
What? So shouting a bunch of
ど
nonsense.
うしたんでしょう。
Beats me. It's probably just sleep deprivation. Anyway, the two of us getting along was nothing more than a pipe dream.
なんだ朝からうっさいな。
Member has been caught. Hey.
サブサブサブサブブブブブブ。バーニングですよ、レイナ先輩。心が燃えてさえいれば、氷点下30度くらいはそよ風です。
Actually, I'm pretty sure to endure weather like that, you're supposed to like calm yourself down if anything, if I remember correctly.
どんどんバーニングの基準が上がってるよ、アカネちん。
Raina was invited to radio calisthenics this morning. She tagged along since she was up unusually early anyway, but she was a total lost cause the moment she stepped out into the freezing morning air. It's definitely way colder out today.
そうですね。涼しくて運動日和です。
日本だとこれくらいの気温でそんなに寒いのですか？
Oh? Sorry to see you here at 6 in the morning.
姫様が無理やり本日ここに来ると決めたので、事前に脅威となるものがないか調査。
The old knights had it tough.
今からラジオ体操？神なる様がおっしゃっていた？
Oh yeah, this is all new to you, isn't it? That note, the unusual pair
は
showed up.
い、キビキビ。1、2、3、4、8、みつ、じん、じゃあ。1、2、3、4。みそ、2個、みゆ、ドーン。レイナ、温かいものが欲しいのはわかるけど、紛らわしい。
It appeared even the most basic of exercise consumed all of Raina's willpower and stamina.
ふむ、これがラジオ体操。なるほど、なかなかに気持ちがいい。
You do seem like the type who enjoys exercise.
そうですね。神なる様とは違うやり方で、寝起きの体操は済ませた後ですが。ラジオ体操、負荷をかけずに体がよく伸びる。機能的で気に入りました。
That was chock full of energy. Do you not mind the cold?
そうですね。ソルティレージュの冬はもっと寒いですし、冬の晴れ空というのがすでに物珍しくて気分が良いです。
Sound like a piece of cake for someone from Northern Europe. Also, like, how dare you do that wink at me? Nice. Sorry. Daylight hours in winter sound desolate in their mountainous country. She looked like she had so much fun just gazing at the blue
は
sky.
い、次は大きく胸を反らす運動。
1、2、3、4。
Elle zealously looked up into the deep blue sky. Jiggle. Large supple breasts bounced on her chest as she arched backwards. That looks like it's supposed to be a chest plate, yet for some reason it jiggles. Never makes sense.
どうかされました？
Nope, I'm impressed you could bend so far back, Elle.
筋力と柔軟性は鍛えていますから。
5、6、7、8。
Jiggle. Fantastic!
市松くん、ちゃんと体反らしなさい。
Sorry, I'll stick to forward bending exercises only. A lot had happened that morning, but it was finally coming to an end.
パパ？もう荷物まとめた。もう外にいるの？わかった、車回して。先輩たち、パパが来たから私もこれで帰省します。良いお年を。
You as well. You were down another
こ
border.
れからハワイ。暖かいからいいけど、ハワイって意外とやることなくて退屈なんだよな。暇だったら、ルインとか相手してくださいね、先輩。
I don't have free time either, you know. It's gonna be too busy lazing
相
around.
手してくださいよ、先輩。先輩面白い動画とかよく知ってるから、ルインだけでも楽しいんです。あんたもすっ かり市松くんに馴染んだね。
先輩楽しいから好きです。
It's an
この前
honor.
は楽しかったですね。先輩に布団でぐるぐる巻きにされて、そのまま一晩放置されて。
とんでもない遊びをしていますね。
Not really. She could have gotten out in no time if she wiggled a little bit, but she up and nodded off.
他にも先輩にはいろんな遊びを教えてもらいました。ありがとうございます先輩。
No problem. After I finished saying goodbye to a like-minded underclassman, bam! Front door to the dormitory suddenly slammed open. Dut 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 dut. And a flood of people in black suits rushed in. What's going on? L?
いえ、私の部下では。
Sure enough, it was clear that the people in black suits who were distracting the Japanese were not with L. Many of them had scars on their faces. Then they formed a path near the entranceway, dusted off their hands and knees, and bowed their
お嬢
heads.
様、お勤めご苦労様です。
And the classman walked her way between them.
久しぶり。
おう。
I was a limousine parked outside with a middle-aged man inside who bore a shaved head, a face full of scars, and a gaudy necklace around his neck. Once he got in the car and left, the black suits quickly dispersed without ever looking back at us. Hey, Al.
ジャパニーズ極道はやることがやや大げさですね。
Do you think they'll be mad if they found out I rolled her up in a blanket like a piece of sushi?
最悪の場合、御身は我々が守りますが、そもそも女の子をすまきにした点は反省しましょうね。
Maintaining my distance from her was going to be complicated going forward. Goddess, I could now enjoy the art state. This was not an impromptu rapping session. This was me stumbling over my words. Regardless, I could now enjoy the start of my not rapping, beatboxing. I can't even fuck up on the joke. Jesus fucking Christ! I wanna. I didn't hit the bag. In fact, I knocked it over. One of the bottles fell out, along with the bottle that I missed. Regardless, I could now enjoy the start of my winter break without worrying about homework. Why, it was nearly noontime.
ようやく戻ってこられましたわ。
Welcome back, Mina. Mina came back with her dislocated hip all
あ
thing.
まり無理をしてはダメよ、ミナ。今日はまだ安静にね。
And a certain someone with her. Hi, Sylvie.
むすー。
Oh, what's up, Sylvie?
なんだ。オーラなんて知らない？
Quickly whipped away. Huh. Poke, poke.
いや、どうしてほっぺをつくの？
Oh, you had them puffed up, so I felt like giving them a poke.
違うもん。
See, there you go again. Poke, poke.
違うもん。
You're a pufferfish. Poke, poke.
市松殿、緑に王女のお顔に触れるのはやめなさい。
Sorry. I got all carried away.
ひどいわ、オーロったら。私も一緒にやるって言ったのに、急いで課題終わらせちゃったんですって？
Sounds like she knew I picked up the pace when I heard she would be here. She had effectively gone on a wild goose chase, so she might not be in the cheeriest of moods. Sorry, I just didn't want to cause you any trouble.
面倒？
Whoops, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry, for your speech, I thought I wouldn't make any progress on my studies with you here as well.
ひどい！純粋にひどい！もう、オーロ、許さないんだから！
Put my hands on either side of her puffed up cheeks. Squish.
市松殿、緑に王女のお顔をタコ中にするのはやめなさい。
オーロ！
Wait, I'm telling you, you've got the wrong idea. If you're going all through all the trouble to visit, there are better things we can do than study. Ice Queen, I brought your next sacrifice.
苦しゅうない。
I led her to Rhea's place.
あらあら。私は第9王女だからほぼ女王にはなれないけれど、相馬くんは女王様になったのね。
まあな。何年か前から歌姫だったけど、今の俺は女王でもある。
She seized culinary control of the negative 18 degree, the kingdom of frozen foods.
昼飯食ってねえだろ、シルビー。この氷の女王がありのままにご馳走してやるぞ。
No. No, I'm not taking that joke. I'm not fucking taking that joke. That's a snow queen, right?
相馬くんがご馳走してくれるなんて楽しみ。
楽しみにしとけ。
It's not like she cooked from scratch, so the taste is guaranteed.
そうそう、俺の手料理じゃないから味も安心。ありのままにすんぞ、こら！
Sorry. Rhea whipped up some frozen food like she had
へい、お待
yesterday.
ち。
It was done in no time. As an aside, Rhea essentially hated letting anyone into her room. As such, it was just the three of us today. That meant Chokozaki and Norel would be joining us. Neither Chokozaki nor El, I think it should be. We've become inseparable ever since we were reunited.
台湾混ぜそばに皿うどん、塩焼きそば。
Noodle feast today.
シルビー食うからな。腹持ちがいいもん処理してもらおうと思って。
This had to be about the only place where you could use these to placate a princess.
いただきます。あ、おいしい。
Sylvie had been served a rather hefty helping, but she happily dug right into it.
台湾混ぜそば。台湾ってあそこよね。沖縄のちょっと下にある。
No.
あそこではこんな美味しいお蕎麦があるのね。
Don't
知ら
think
なかった。
あ、それそばじゃねえし。日本の料理だけどな。
このパリパリしたのは何？
皿うどん。
皿うどん。これも美味しいのね。牛丼やカツ丼は食べたけれど、これは初めてだわ。皿うどん。皿うって何かしら？
It's not a bowl. As nobody ever thinks this dish is udon at a glance, huh?
混ぜそばもそうだけど、最近の麺類の形から見た名前のカテゴライズって適当すぎると思う。
そして塩焼きそば。おいしい。
と思ったけど焼きそばがすでに変か。やばい、これ全部食われるペースだ。イチェ、俺たちの昼飯なくなるぞ。
Right! We quickly jumped into the fray.
ねえねえ、相馬くん。こっちの、これは何？
Sylvie expressed an interest in even the meals that hadn't been cooked yet.
7種のチーズドリア。これも作るか。
Doria and gratin are fairly small, so they are best treated as supplements to other foods. We opened that one up as well.
マルゲリータピザがレンジでできるのね。日本の技術ってすごいわ。なにこれ？チキンライス？小籠包。おいしそう。
何事ですか？
舌をやけどしちゃった。でも、おいしいわ、小籠包。相馬くん、こっちのエビ小籠包っていうのも開けていいかしら？
ああ。
Hey, Rhea.
うん。
Got a bad feeling about this.
姫様危険です。その小籠包とやら口の中を傷つけるやも。
でも、すごく美味しいのよ。はい。エルも一つ食べてみて。
でも、すごく美味しい。
After all was said and done,
ごちそうさま。
it was about the time Sylvie was satisfied. Rhea's icy pressure vanished.
俺の負けだ。
Rhea felt her knees with disappointment.
冷凍庫の中空にしやがった。
Freezer, Rhea has been so eager to tidy up heading into the end of the year, was utterly cleaned out. All of her frozen food had been devoured. The Ice Queen has fallen to sortilege, it seems.
まさかこの俺がありのままにされるとは。
Can you, like, stop with that one?
ごちそうさま。
Sylvie's stomach was as endless as the cosmos itself.
さてと、食後の腹ごなしがしたいわ。ねえ、二人とも、お昼からはお散歩しない？
What's more, she was ready to walk off for a big lunch. Talk about energetic. That we didn't head outside because I'm saving and ending it here.
セーブいたしますわ。
Melatonin is starting to already settle in a bit. God. I start to get up like almost 11. Have to be at the fucking train station at 12, and I gotta like prep some stuff. Partially the upload for this exact video. Well, that's gonna be fun tomorrow. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed this one. Talking. That's fucking lovely, isn't it? Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye.